as a rock.
Так, спасибо. Можна говорити? Я просто на екрані. Шановні друзі, ті, хто зібралися у нас в залі, ті, хто підключається онлайн, доброго ранку.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, those who have already joined us, and I would like also to welcome those who are only joining. Our today's morning session will be dedicated to investigative reporting teaching in the universities, and we will speak about Ukrainian universities and foreign universities. We are joined here today by our colleagues who are Andrew Laren from the City University of New York, the United States of America. Good morning. So we will start our discussion with the ways the investigative reporting is taught in universities in Ukraine and also in universities in other countries. We should say that in Ukraine, this process is just in the making, because 10 years ago, when I graduated from Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, I graduated from journalism department, but we didn't have the separate subject investigative reporting or investigative journalism. We had no opportunities to learn that, probably because investigative journalism was not that popular back in the days. So I think we should give the floor to our colleagues who are with us online. And now I would like to ask Jeff Kelly and Andrew Laren to introduce themselves, and also I would like to ask them to tell about the way the investigative journalism is taught in your country. Do you communicate with the media market representatives, and do you make any annual adjustments based on the challenges that you have to face in the media environment? So Jeff Kelly Lowenstein, please introduce yourself, and could you give the answer to my question? Thank you.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear?
Yes, everything is fine.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, very good. Okay. Well, first of all, good morning. I'm very honored to be here. My name is Jeff Kelly Lowenstein. I'm both teach investigative journalism and advanced reporting at Grand Valley State University in the United States in Michigan. I also am what's called the Endowed Professor of Civil Discourse at the also at Grand Valley State, what's called the Padno-Sorosik Endowed Professor of Civil Discourse. And then I'll talk a little bit, perhaps later, about our work with young journalists at what's called the Center for Collaborative Investigative Journalism, which is a nonprofit organization I started and is one that we try and provide opportunities for young journalists to get experience doing investigative work. I want to say what an honor it is for me to be here, to thank Oleg Komanok, Dmitry Radchenko, Elena, the translators, our moderator, the other colleagues who are presenting, and of course Andy Laren, who is a colleague and friend, and whose work I admire very much as a journalist and then also as an educator. So I'm very honored to be here and very excited to talk a little bit about the work that we do. Necessary to do investigative reporting and then apply those skills in the case of a specific investigative project. And so we do that a number of different ways. I'll be relatively brief because I know we have many tremendous colleagues on the panel, but would simply say that the way I structure the course is to work on skill development of investigative skills in the beginning part of the course, and then from there, apply those skills in the course of carrying out an investigative story. And what I really try to do is to foster that positive relationship by both showing examples of previous work that other students have done, by showing work that professional journalists have done, and then making a connection between the work that the students are doing themselves and then the work that professional colleagues are doing at a high level. And as part of that, introducing them to the community of people within the United States and then globally who are doing investigative work. So to be very specific, just yesterday in 2 of my classes, I showed a video of the Yanukovych leaks response and the newsroom that was established in 2014 at the presidential palace in the aftermath of former President Yanukovych fleeing the country. And so we had spoken in our class about the importance of government documents. And so we looked at their work with government documents. We looked at the work that previous students had done. And then I explained, because I was very much hoping to be in person with everybody at the Ukraine, and I'm sad that we were not able to do that, but look forward to doing that in the future, but explained how the tremendous courage, creativity, use of social media, building of a database to catalog the materials, negotiating with the authorities, and then talking about that very crucial decision either to put all the documents online or to publish themselves, hold the documents, and then put them online after having published some stories. So I share that to say, because the students at this point are in the point of the semester where they're coming close to wrapping up their stories, and I could see that they were moved, both because I had talked about the trip that I was planning to take, and I had mentioned Oleg Komenok. I explained to them that I was very honored to be on the panel with Denis Bigus yesterday, and then Anna Babinets, who had done the video, was supposed to be on the panel about ethics but was unable to attend. So made a connection between that and then the work that they are doing in a very different context here in the United States. So why don't I've talked for a little
depth into the topic before they make their stories public. Also, of your colleagues being the role models for your young students so that they could avoid the mistakes in future. Thank you so much. And now I would like to pass on to Andrew Laren. He will introduce himself and tell about his teaching techniques. Maybe they are identical to the ones that have been mentioned by Jeff. Maybe they are different. Andrew, over to you.
Hey, how are you? It's good to see everyone. First off, I just want to echo Jeff's comments about thanking you all for the time this morning. It's great to be here. There's a slight echo in the earpiece, so I'm just going to take this off for a second to keep the mic on. What I would like to talk about is how we go about teaching investigative journalism, and as Jeff was saying before, I am a working journalist as well. And I've worked on a range of stories, with the New York Times and NBC News. I've worked on international collaborations. I've worked on my own stories, a lot of investigative work. But when I'm teaching students, and here's some of the universities where I've taught in the United States, but mainly I teach at the City University of New York. When I teach students, I really want them to experience what it's like to do their own investigation. So, by the way, I assume you can see this PowerPoint all right? Okay, great. Perfect. So when I start off the class, I treat it like a seminar where it's like a newsroom. And the students from the very start need to pitch me investigative story ideas. And it may sound like a lot to ask students to pitch investigative ideas, but actually I find students can be very good at it. They just need some encouragement and coaching. The sad part is that, like a lot of actual newsrooms, most of the time I'm not accepting their pitches, but trying to go back to them and say, okay, this is why this pitch is not working. Here's how you might be able to make it better. And it may sound like it might be a little bit discouraging, but that is what it's like in real life, and it gives students a taste for it. And what I find is they're able to rise to the occasion and actually find good investigations. So let me give you some examples. So here are some of the investigative story ideas that my students have done, where they have examined lobbying, they've examined the safety of food in school cafeterias, they have examined whether the dams that hold back water are unsafe, they've examined how foreign governments have lobbied the United States government, they've examined when people are wrongfully convicted and sent to prison. What happens when the criminal justice system realizes they've made a mistake and freed those people? Do they actually help those people then adjust to life and society? My students have also examined what happens when police shoot innocent bystanders who've done nothing wrong. So a lot of weighty subjects, and they keep finding these stories on their own. So this is an example of a story they did examining school cafeterias. They gathered data from cafeteria inspection records. They got these under Freedom of Information Act requests. They went through the data and they sorted out which were the worst school cafeterias and just how often New York City school cafeterias provide substandard food. They would create a database that would allow readers to look up their own school cafeterias. This story went viral. It was picked up by all the New York City radio and television stations, almost all of the newspapers, went on to win a bunch of awards. My students also examined the New York City Police Department. It's not easy. And they filed a Freedom of Information Act request, and they were able to document how New York City police, the police officers who were the worst of the worst, they were so bad that they were stripped of their credentials to be police officers, and they were forced off the New York City Police Department. What happened to them afterwards? Well, they were able to get their licenses again and resumed being police officers at other departments after they had abused people and had shown excessive force and violence here at the New York City Police Department. They were able to get jobs in other police departments. We've examined universities across the United States that were supposed to provide public health care to those students suffering from mental illness and how they fell short and did not meet federal government standards. And the students did this story by examining federal records and finding universities falling short. We've had university students read through government audits and find out how the Veterans Administration, which helps our military veterans here in the United States, how the Veterans Administration was not following its own rules and providing opioids too freely to veterans and getting them addicted when they should have been taking more precautions. The result is these stories have not only gone viral, but they've also won numerous awards. Our leading award that students can win is the Investigative Reporters Award, and my students have won it repeatedly. They've also been finalists for the award. This in turn has meant that they've not only gotten recognition for their work, but it's also helped them as they try to go get jobs in the job market. But of course, most importantly, it's helped them develop the skills that they need to go and be investigative reporters. So it starts off with pitching. This was a story where students got emergency calls, 911 calls. These are ambulance calls to Amazon warehouses. And those emergency calls were because workers there were suffering from various breakdowns. So if I could talk a little bit about what goes into a project, let's take this project. This was done by students examining when refugees come to the United States. The story was big in the news. There was a lot of talk about refugees, Syrian refugees coming to the United States a few years ago. And what the students did is they really wanted to do a story about refugees. And I was saying, well, yeah, everyone is doing a story about refugees. Why will yours be different? What can you do that's different? They did not like hearing that answer, but they went back and they thought about it. And what they realized is that while everyone is covering refugees, no one was examining how well the United States does at providing services to refugees once they land here in this country. And it turns out that we as a country here in the United States do a very bad job. So they got government audits. So we stress, read audits, read government documents, use the Freedom of Information Act, do a lot of interviews. So here they're interviewing refugees, but they also interviewed providers and they examined data. And they were able to show how this refugee system is not working well. If I can jump ahead, we've done things, by the way, using the Freedom of Information Act to get Alexander Solzhenitsyn's FBI file. My students were the first to get that, and the story they did went viral around the world. So we've done collaborations with news organizations like OCC RP, here are some of those. So I treat them like I treat my students like they're full-fledged reporters. I treat them like they're adults. And I emphasize that they need to find their own stories because that's how it works in a real newsroom. Then I stress the document frame of mind. They need to find documents and document things. They need to obtain data, and they need to check everything out. And they need to interview a lot of people. That may overwhelm the students, and so what I then have them do is write shorter stories that we can then help them assemble into larger pieces. We examine how government says it's supposed to work and how well it really works. Students sometimes feel overwhelmed, so I have them always think about what is the thesis, what is the central thrust of your story. And I have them write memos where every week it's at the top of their memo, what's your story about? And it helps them focus. we evaluate the stories, we look at the importance and how original a story may be. And then we ask them, you know, what's at stake here? Is this about people being hurt? Is this about government not working? Are we looking at something that's typical or unusual? I make sure they do things like use chronologies. We follow the money. And the result is, the result is some really good work. We have them interview people, and when they interview people, think about, are you interviewing someone who's directly involved or someone who might be an expert? What we call secondary sources might be an expert, but a primary source might be like a government official involved in running a program or a victim of a particular concern that we're investigating. We always are aware of time, because even though a semester is a long period of time, in 4 months it ends. So the story they do needs to be able to be done in a few months. And we try to limit the costs, although the university does have a few $100s that they are able to provide to students if they need to travel or win a FOIA. So those are some of the things that we think about in doing our investigations.
Андрію, дуже вам дякую.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for this informative presentation. It was a mini lecture, and I am sure for all our viewers and listeners, it would be a great asset, not only for the students, but also for the practitioners. Now, wrapping it up, I would move on to the Ukrainian context, and I would say that practical work with the students in newsroom format is great. Unfortunately, not all Ukrainian universities have these opportunities now, but we are trying to catch it up and improve things in the educational area. It was also impressive for us that your students investigate stories both locally and internationally. I mean, these stories about food in American cafeteria and also some Ukrainian stories. And it's something that would be interesting for both themselves and for their relatives and their community, and which could influence the further development of their country. I would thank you for the projects of your students, individual projects that win awards later. I believe this is the greatest achievement of a professor, of a university professor. Thank you very much for your great work. Now I would like to move on to Ukrainian context. Danila Mokrik, question to you. Do we teach journalism differently? How do you approach your courses in Ukrainian educational institutions? It's hard for me to kind of generalize and say I am an authority here. For me, it's actually quite a new experience. I've just started this year. So I discovered that this experience is different from what I had before. Sometimes you come and visit a university and you deliver a lecture or a training or a seminar. This is what I used to do in the past, and now it's absolutely different. I have to come to the class, and my students have numerous other classes. My class is not necessarily something they are particularly interested in. This is one of many. So you just come and you have to kind of give wider context than I used to do during my trainings before. By the way, one of my complaints about educational area due to the pandemic and coronavirus, we do a lot of classes through Zoom. I always had these impressions since my student years. I am not a professor. I was not a professor then, but my family had some background in education. So I perceived educational institutions as an environment, so to say. It's a social environment where we communicate a lot, where we talk to each other. Secondly, and just physically, it's kind of facilities, the environment inside the facilities. Now, Zoom is a wonderful tool. It saved a lot of processes during the pandemic. On the other hand, though, Zoom kind of destroys this environment. We remain isolated, and this is what bothers me a lot. I remember my student years. I remember my communication with our professors, and I feel that it's lacking now. Okay. As for teaching and my tasks as a professor, I would say investigative journalism, based on the tools used in it, is so interested. There is a lot of this craft in it, a lot of registers to be used. What I really liked was this exercise we did with the students, use photos and identify a geolocation. But you have to be really hardworking to do all this stuff. So I would say I wish we could make it very interesting for everyone, but when we when we deal with some kind of registers of judiciary decisions or, I don't know, immovable property, this is hard for me to make this kind of work interesting. We have to talk about all kinds of tools, and this is somehow a challenge. My first objective is to give basic mindset elements, so to say. I am convinced whichever format we choose, seminar, training, or lecture, we have to train our students how to use all the tools properly. But that's really a hard task when we are doing this in a classroom. When you want to learn how to swim, you have to go to the swimming pool. And the same is true here. You have to practice in order to master new skills. So I'm trying to deliver the available tools, and I'm trying to encourage students to start using them. I cannot do it instead of them. So I see my objective as provide the students with some kind of basic knowledge for investigative journalism. I am convinced that university studies is all about teaching and learning how to think. That's the primary goal. And based on the result of this task, I can see how well my students are doing in their further professional development and career. So I'd like to think and hope that mastering or acquiring the skill set to search and to ask the right questions, to develop this skill to find the answers and then make them public, to voice them. These are the key elements for a great journalist. If you don't feel this need, you should probably think about other career or something. This is the general frame which I use in my work. Thank you very much, Danilo. So if students learn how to think consistently, how to use available tools for investigative journalism, I'm sure they will yield some significant results. And I'm happy to know that Ukrainian Catholic University students have this great opportunity to work with you. Thank you very much. Now moving on to one more Ukrainian speaker. Danila has raised an important topic at the beginning of his speech. I mean, the difference between formal and informal educational approaches. We have a lot of donors in Ukraine now who run trainings. Our next speaker here, Alexander Voloshin, has done a great job in just that. He trained a lot of students in investigative journalism. So my question to you as a professor, as a teacher, is what's your frame and what's the difference between formal and informal education in respect to investigative journalism, and who is the leader in this field now in Ukraine? Good morning, everyone. I would agree with what Danila said. Informal education is suitable for people who already understand clearly that this path is good for them. At the university, you always are trying to complement those gaps, to bridge those gaps in the knowledge of the students, which exists now. Now we have fact-checking, open data, conduct of journalists. These are the things I have to work with. Why do I have this course now? I was approached and asked. Actually, I had some seminars, and another professor was doing the lectures. So my students spent half a year at the university discussing things like right to abortion, right to other things, and not a single word about journalism. So in the 5th university year, they haven't spoken a word about investigative journalism. Master's degree and this course has to focus on what's lacking in their knowledge and skills. Open data and fact-checking have some specificity. I know that Tom is going to talk about line-by-line checking, frame-by-frame checking, and the fact-checking world prior publication is something we have to discuss with the students. This is what I believe is important for fifth-year university students. Investigative journalism is kind of the cornerstone which makes all the difference in terms of choosing your profession. I can invite practitioners to the university. Anna Babinets attended our Code of Conduct course. We were talking about slidstvo, info, and offshore accounts of President Poroshenko. We had a lot of publications about these topics, and I decided to discuss those with the students together with the practitioners. So Anna Babinets was the best candidate for this position, to tell the students how things were going on and how they are developing. Over time, I started understanding that there is this huge gap among the students in terms of awareness of what's going on in the country, of how the country lives, what kind of rules exist for this kind of life. So my anti-corruption class is a space where we can talk about oligarchs. Lyubomira Marzhevska from Slidstvo Info came to the class and talked to the students about just that. Who is Pinchuk? It turns out students do not know who is Firtash. Before 2014, we just knew nothing about him, and now we rarely see him covered in the media. What are the interests of these oligarchs? How can we follow their money? This is not taught outside of investigative journalism classes. So you're trying to fight all the time. On the one hand, you're trying to bridge the gaps from the previous university years. On the other hand, you are aware that this is their 5th or 6th year at the university. They are already practicing journalism, and I understand they have to balance work and study, regardless of where they work. Public sector, ICTV, Nash channel. My task is to frame their attitude to their profession, and that's up to them to choose the further path. That's basically it. And as for investigative journalism, it seems to me Jeff mentioned this already. He said he worked on Yanukovych leaks with his students. It's interesting for me to talk about Watergate with my students. It's just not 5-minute discussion and moving on. No, we don't know the background. We don't know the in-depth story. When I ask my students what Watergate scandal is, they say it's a scandal. That's it. No background knowledge. They have nothing. So I believe it's important to kind of debunk this myth about investigative journalism as something romantic. I remember in 2018, 2019, my students attended investigative journalism conferences. This is what I tried to do for them, to encourage them to be there, to watch some films about their colleagues, practitioners, to spark this interest in them. Of course, it's easier to do it through the films at conferences than through state registers of immovable property. By the way, there is a great book, Mr. Hamenok shared it with me, how investigative journalism can be taught. This is story-based inquiry, and there is a separate book on how you can teach investigative journalism, Markley Hunter. Investigative reporting curriculum. In 2018 or 19, this book was published for Arabian context. There is, of course, this general perspective. It's quite a well-structured book. What questions can be asked? What kind of questions can we ask to our students? How can they answer, depending on the angle they take? So if you have some trouble setting a structure in your work, you can use this book. Apart from Ukrainian context, we have to admit Arabs are not interested in it much. You have to focus on what's interesting for you and your audience. Thank you very much. I, as a professor, have to also admit that from year to year, the background knowledge of students at journalism departments is lower and lower. But I have to disagree with you when you said master's degree students have to only be allowed to study there if they received bachelor's degree in journalism. Journalists have to be interested in investigating the stories for the public good, and they can have any other degree in bachelor's years.
Well, that's not exactly what I meant. You just need to be aware what are the interests of this person, what this person is knowledgeable of, and who is your audience. If I have the info for each student. I see the dossier of each student and I tell them that this is what I have on you. I checked your Facebook, I checked your Instagram page, I checked what information I could find in Google when I enter your name. I also checked the awards you have got, for instance, in some best poem reciting in the university in 2005. And I didn't say that it has to be a journalist. No, I didn't mean that. Okay, sorry. Probably that was a misunderstanding. So yes, I do agree with you. So the baseline level, I've mentioned that. And do you want to add something? Well, I would agree to the statement that the journalist, a journalist, has to have at least one extra education except from journalism. And maybe a journalist doesn't even have to have the bachelor's degree in journalism. I know some great journalists who do not have higher education in journalism. I don't have it. But I also know journalists who have only a degree in journalism, and that is not sufficient to analyze, for instance, economic deals. And for instance, if you are to analyze some legal stories, then you need to have legal background. So journalism is just a toolkit. This is the skill. This is the practical skill. This is a craft. But in order to get the mindset, the right mindset, and also the broad outlook, that requires extra work. For instance, some journalists do some extracurricular activities in terms of their topics. And I'm not talking about some exposure or some detailed stories. I am telling you that it's good to have some formal extra education, not just being autodidact. Okay, so without understanding the basic things about what is happening in the country, it is difficult to navigate. And we know that journalists have to be very knowledgeable about the current situation. Thank you, dear colleagues. And now I would like to give the floor to Tom Heinemann. Okay, Tom, now you know how they teach in the US. Now you know how they teach in Ukraine. But how do you teach investigative reporting in Denmark? Could you share your experience, please?
Yes. And thank you. Thanks a lot for the kind introduction, and thank you, Jeff, Andrew, Danila. Sorry, is that Danila?
Daniel.
Daniel. Okay, and Alexander. The last thing you said, Danila, was about not only becoming a journalist but also have some skills that is leading up to become a good journalist. I used to be a bricklayer. I built houses. Then my back couldn't anymore. Then I became a social worker, working with drug addicts. Then I applied for the journalist school, and that's where I've been the last 30 years. I always has found that investigative journalism is by far the most interesting part of our trade, being journalists. And you also said, learn how to think. There's another brilliant way of saying it, but you also have to learn how to think critical of yourself. That's a big part of being a good investigative journalist. I will not talk so much about what I have done on the flipboard there. There's that's my website. You can go in there, and it's in English, and I have put out like 5 or 6 or 7, 8 of my films with English subtitles, and you can see what I'm up to, being this irritating stone in the shoe for many people in my part of the world, meaning the Nordic countries that I work for. I only do TV documentaries, but have previously done a lot of radio, not so much writing, but have only worked on investigative journalism. That led to make it short, I was appointed as an assistant professor for a faculty in Norway, teaching, and this is a privilege, I would say, because I haven't found any other journalist in Norway or Sweden or the rest of Scandinavia where we spent 6 months on investigative journalism, and only investigative journalism, not all kind of other things in between. It's a 3 years education. It's I'm getting the students on the last part of their second year, meaning that must be the 5th semester or something like that. What I do, well, if I summarize, instead of repeating what Andrew and Jeff said about skills, then I will elaborate a little bit about the skills from the toolbox of investigative journalism, because there is a toolbox. And to put it briefly, I introduced the people in January for 2 weeks. We will show them films that I've done and other people have done, and I will teach them some, here's the first tool, the basic research. And by that meaning, you introduce the second tool is to make a timeline, because investigative journalism is an overwhelming thing. When you start gathering information, suddenly the amount of documents on the table or on your screen is, you can't find your way out of it. So let's say you have a story here you like to work on, you put it in a timeline. And because you make a simple a Word doc or open document where you can put in all the important things about a certain story. So what did the parliamentarian XX say to that inquiry? What did the inquiry lead to? What was the reactions? And if you put in the dates and just small clips of what people said or write what they said, then you get an overview on a story that brings you further on to your research. And here's the tricky part. What is objective journalism? Is there a thing called objective journalism? In my world, there is not. The first word I put on a paper, the first clip I put in my timeline is a subjective act. That means I have a motive. And to study that motive, you have to look into yourself. Like, why do I think that this story is worthwhile spending the next 6 months on? Am I truly angry here? Am I truly feeling that this guy or this system is suppressing ordinary people in a way that makes me the man who gives voice to the voiceless? It's one part of it. It's very important. So the motive research is something that we discuss very thoroughly in the beginning of my training, because if you just want to go for the public awards and things like that, you have not your heart with it. If you don't have your heart in investigative journalism, it's not going to work. That's my knowledge in all my years. So, and that leads to the ethical consequences. Another tool, the ethical issue. We can work for various more or less powerful media. I work for the public service stations in all the Nordic countries. I can take down a minister. I can take down a government if my story is good. But that's also an ethical consideration. When we talk about oligarchs, isn't that the same as being a successful businessman? Or is oligarch the same as being a criminal, a corrupt, a bully? Well, you can say in general that he is known to be an oligarch. And so what does the people think about being an oligarch? Well, he's corrupt. Well, you can't say he's corrupt unless you can prove it. And that's the part where it gets a little troublesome. So when we come to the ethical consideration, how long can you go in that line of accusation against a public servant, a company, a thing, a system, if your documentation is not 100% proof? We spend a lot of time in this at my course, the ethical the ethical consideration. That leads to, after about 2 weeks in mostly theory and watching a lot of good films and having a lot of guest teachers teaching the data research and much deeper than Google. That's not my part, but then we have good people that can do that. That leads to the, so to speak, the students, which is, we have about 40 students at the course, but only around 10 of them are actually directors students. The other ones are camera people, they are producers, they are in a line of creating a TV station, you can say, or a whole crew. And investigative journalism, you can do a lot by yourself, but you cannot be the lone cowboy riding out in the horizon without help. And you need help. So when we set up the teams that is supposed to start, you should not look for your teammates that is absolutely 100% agree with you in everything, politically or friendly or who is to blame or whatever. Find your opposition. If you're not good in talking to people in the telephone during the research, there are many people many young people who is kind of a little bit scared about calling a minister or trying to get hold of information because it's new to them, this. So get someone on your team that is willing to do that or even likes to do that. That's a good tool to not seek your absolutely 100% lookalikes in your team, but look also for, you know, we can have extrovert people, you can have introvert people. If you put them together, you can make a really strong team. That's a great thing that I at least do. So these young people, they will, after a lot of brainstorming with everybody in the class, we sort of seek the stories that they are willing to spend the next 4 months on. With me as a guide, with camera people as guidance, and there's a lot of teachers coming in from all the various parts of that education. Then we see the sort of the theoretical first part of the script. This is the story. And then I come in again, and then we start the line-by-line fact-checking. And I've done this for 15 years now. I've learned it from the Swedish national television, where the former editor, Nils Hansson, has even written a book about line-by-line. I don't know if it's in English but it's called The Digging of the Investigative Journalism, ABC. I will look it up, see if then I can pass it on to Oleg. Line-by-line fact-checking is a cruel thing because nobody can pass a line-by-line fact-checking without changing the script. I have never ever heard about a fact-checking that went straight through without any corrections. I work for the Swedish investigative magazine called Investigation, what are they called in English? We call it Uppdrag Granskning in Sweden. It's by far the most seen and most popular investigative program slot. Made 40 programs a year, I think. Mission Investigation. Mission Investigate. People there who has been working there for 15 years, the most skilled investigative journalists that I've ever met, have never passed a line-by-line fact-checking without making corrections. And my first script was, I think I had 30 or 40 corrections that I had to. It's not errors, it's just we need the proof. The line-by-line fact-checking is done not by yourself, but by a man, woman that is either your editor or an expert in the subject that is called in and paid for to do the fact-checking as thoroughly as all possible. Must remind you that some of these stories can flip over a government, but it can also take you to court and you can end up in jail. Over here, it's normal. In my part of the country, in my part of the world, we will probably be shamed and fined a lot of money if we make these stupid errors that I call them. Because it's stupidity when you accuse somebody for something that you cannot prove. That means that you have to sort of put in words if you want to squeeze it a little bit. Then you start with, apparently, this guy made $1 million on fraud. Apparently. That's not a criminal word. It's actually a word that you can use by avoiding yourself going to court. But that is not even enough. So when you do the line-by-line fact-checking, and I've done quite a few for others, is that I ask the scriptwriters, the directors, to use footnotes. So every time you claim something in a script, you must prove to me, as the first line-by-line fact-checker, that this is true beyond reasonable doubt. That means that in the script, I will see a footnote pointing me to a website or a factual document that is absolutely proving what I'm saying. And remind, another little tool, when you stumble upon a website that is absolutely dynamite for your story, save it as a PDF, print it out and put it in, give it a footnote in your script. Because we have seen so many times that a website can change overnight. When the going gets tough and there's media attention on a certain company or a certain politician, whoop, the website is gone tomorrow. And then you have to wait 6 months or 8 months to find it on archive footage or archive.org. But they're not even saving everything there. So do that for me, print it out, give it a footnote, and put it in your big file of documents that follows the first script. Then you will go back to your editorial room, you will correct all the things I've found wrong, or you will take a battle with me saying, I want to stand on this, this is true. Then I must ask you to prove it to me better. Because if I'm not convinced, what about the viewers? Will they be convinced about this dynamite of a story? Or will it fall apart when it comes to a court case or the press scrutiny board, as we have in Denmark and Sweden and many other countries, where you can also file a complaint about how lousy a press we have in general. Then a very big part of line by line is also have the journalist ensured that all critical words or interviews or clips has been presented to the one you criticize. And I mean everything. Not just, phrases of, and then he accused you for that. What is your comment on that? You must do it much more thoroughly. The way I work is that you present the full story to the one you criticize, and do it at least a week before publication. You don't hand it out. Don't give it a file. Don't give them the file, or give them the actual articles, but read it up for them or show the film for them, and ask them, have I done anything wrong here that you can prove is wrong? Then I am willing to edit or correct this, because I don't want to make mistakes. Still, I insist on being critical to you and your company or your political party, which is very, very important. So this is a sort of an advanced type of fact-checking, is actually that you present all the criticism for the ones you criticize. That can be troublesome in murky countries where political power or corruption is dangerous for the journalist. But then you have to find a way to protect yourself best possible when you present this critique. You have to present the critique. Otherwise, you risk ending up in court, or you risk personal consequences that can be much, much worse than having an argument with an asshole, or we call him an oligarch, or the successful businessman. I can't see the difference, but some can. Then you leave your second script. And if I approve it and the other teachers approve it, then you have passed your 6-month education in investigative journalism at the faculty in Lillehammer in Norway. And I said it's only part of a 3-year education. And previously, many of the students has been very successful in getting their stories aired at national television in Norway and having big printed articles around Norwegian and Scandinavian medias. So it works. And just like Andrew had a lot of awards on his students' bags, we also have that in Norway and Denmark. So I will leave that to this. Thank you very much.
Тома, я вам дуже дякую. Дякую, що ти.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience and providing this algorithm, how we can help our students become high-quality investigative reporters. I'm sure the recording of your speech will be of interest to our audience, and I know that your students are winning awards, and this speaks for itself in terms of how good a professor you are. We mentioned this borderline between objectivity and subjectivity. You, as a practitioner and professor, are mentioned this before. So my question now would be just about that. How can we teach our students, and how can we show mistakes typical for reporters which could be avoided? How can they avoid those mistakes related to objectivity and subjectivity? Let me give the floor to Jeff now, who has been silent for a while. What do you think about this? How can we help our students with avoiding such mistakes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everybody on the panel. I've really enjoyed hearing the comments, and just wanted to, in the context of answering that question, which was one of a number of very interesting points that came up, just wanted to share a couple different aspects of work that we've done with students at Grand Valley and at the Center for Collaborative Investigative Journalism that are not, I know we've been talking about teaching in the classroom, and we also, what I've tried to help do a little bit with my colleagues is to help cultivate a bit of a culture within the program and the fabric of the community as a whole. And that speaks to that point about objectivity and subjectivity that Tom Heineman just raised very aptly, in the sense that we try to develop interrogating in a very critical way both the substance of the work, and then I really liked the point that Tom Heineman made about the motivations that people bring. And so I think it's very important to note that journalists in different places sometimes use, and I would say investigative often use, a balance between, on the one hand, trying to take a cold and objective look, and on the other hand, that subjective feeling of outrage that is sparked by the injustices that they witness. And so we talk about Nicole Hannah-Jones in the United States, very accomplished journalist. I imagine that many of you are familiar with her work. And the students in another class recently heard, the civil discourse class, heard from Rona Meyer, very accomplished Nigerian journalist, who talked very openly about the experiences she has as a woman, as a Black African woman, about how people respond to her on social media, and then how she uses that to then fuel the investigative work and the response that she takes with the students. So I think it's a very germane topic. I just wanted to share a couple different projects that we've worked on to try and make a difference. So this is a project with USA Today's national investigative team that I worked on, pitching to the national investigative team, saying that I wanted to work with students from Grand Valley. And so I know we've been talking about, the other colleagues have talked about the confines of a semester, and that can be quite challenging. It's a tremendous opportunity, and obviously we've seen some really strong work. And this was a project in which we had 3 students who worked side by side with the journalists, in this case, a member of USA Today's national investigative team, and me, as partners for 16 months. And this was a project about reverse mortgages, and to the point about objectivity and subjectivity, what we did was we used public records to get the number of foreclosures that had been happening across the country for 5 years. Our colleague at USA Today fought hard for those records. We then put them in conjunction with the originations data of where these mortgages had come from, and then with racial and demographic data. And what we found, as you can see in the picture, that African American neighborhoods had seen a very high number of reverse mortgage originations in the 2000s, and then the foreclosures in the following decade. And so, to the point that we were just talking about with objectivity and subjectivity, there were 3 different students on the team. And this particular mortgage is one that's available to older Americans. And essentially what they do is, rather than buy the house back from the bank over the course of 10 or 15 or 30 years, they get the money from the equity that they have in the house and then have to repay it either when they move or die. And so what had happened was that essentially we had strong evidence that these communities, which had high levels of African American residents, had been the subject of very intense marketing in the 2000s, and then this led to then a wave of foreclosures. And as you can see here, just a little bit lower, in many cases it was the very same neighborhoods that had been subject to discriminatory legislation in the earlier part of the 20th century. So the 3 students over time each developed their area of expertise. As Andy mentioned, he teaches at CUNY, so together we applied for a professional fellowship. It was an internationally competitive fellowship. The students participated very actively in the development of that proposal, and we fortunately were able to win that. And then the project, upon being published, which was published nationally, sparked the impact of sparking a congressional hearing, of advocates using the work, of the federal government changing the policy, the agency that was responsible for oversight, changing the policy that was responsible for people losing their homes in certain cases when a spouse died, and then also won professional recognition from the National Association of Black Journalists in the professional category, beating the Wall Street Journal, which was an exciting accomplishment for the students and for our community. And so I just want to talk, though, specifically about the point of objectivity and subjectivity, because one of the 3 students was from Detroit. She was African American. And very shortly after we began the project, she shared that her grandmother had almost lost her home due to one of these reverse mortgages. So in other words, the subject that we were studying then had a very direct and personal impact on her life. And the family rallied, and they managed to keep the home and the family. And it's very important to mention for this project that for many African American families, the home is not only the emotional center, but it's also the financial legacy. So I just share that to say, as an example of this balance between the rigorous application of objective principles and the skills, the ethical questions that Tom Heineman raised, but then also the subjective personal dimension that people bring. And so I was very proud of that student and of the students to work together with them as colleagues in that way. I want to be mindful of time, so I'll just share two other things. Another part that we've done as being at the university is to try and develop a culture of public records. And so we've had two Freedom of Information festivals at our community, so that we've brought in people from across the country. We've had colleagues come in internationally through remote participation. This is Marissa Kwiatkowski, an alumnus of our university who broke the Larry Nassar sex abuse scandal that you may have heard about with USA Gymnastics. So that is another way, in addition to within the classroom, to cultivate that investigative reporting sensibility. The last thing I would just talk to is, here is an example where this young man here was a student in my class when we did the Freedom of Information Act, or the public records type of work that a number of us have talked about. He contacted me. He is not in the class. He's now the editor of the newspaper. But he contacted me and said, hey, this is what I've heard. This is what's going on. May I talk to you about how to approach this from a public records point of view? We talked it through. We talked through the story. We talked through what did he have. And so this story just came up, which has then started to have a ripple on campus about the college football team, and are the coaches essentially giving inaccurate information about moving up a level and being in more competitive environments. So I just wanted to share that. The last thing that I wanted to share is that this is the Center for Collaborative Investigative Journalism, this nonprofit, where we bring together investigative journalists, data scientists, and visual storytellers from around the world to carry out ongoing investigations into key global issues. And so this project was a project that we did with a nonprofit in California that ran in the New York Times, and the students who were interns, the young journalists who were interns, played a critical role in both the research and then the fact-checking, and that was very important because the New York Times was so busy revising the story until the very end that the fact-checking that the students did was very critical in buttressing, in the way that Tom was just talking about, rigorously buttressing the work behind it in an objective way, even as then they brought that subjective sensibility to the work. So thank you. And I just wanted to share that in the context of thinking both about this question of subjective and objective, but also in other ways to think about teaching and developing a culture of investigative reporting, in addition to the tremendous comments we've heard from the colleagues in the United States, in the Ukraine, and in Denmark about teaching in the specific classroom. Thank you.
Джеф, дуже вам дякую, що відповіли на це питання, навівши конкретні приклади.
Thank you very much for sharing your views on this issue. Now let's move on to Andrew. Andrew, what would you say?
To talk about subjectivity?
Yes, так.
It's an important question. The things that Jeff and some of the other speakers have said, I think, are really important. I think one of the things I'm seeing a lot today is students who are, what's the best word to say, activists, people who come from an activist background. Their point of view is very subjective. They might have a very personal connection to a story. And that can be good and that can be bad. So I'll give you some for instances. I've had students who come to journalism school after being advocates, say for the homeless. And they'll say, I want to do an investigation on homelessness after they've been activists for several years. And what I find is that sometimes it's hard for that student to be really objective and critical about their reporting process, to say, well, how do the kinds of questions that we ask as investigative reporters, and I think they were talked about earlier in the panel, like, how do you know that? How can you verify that? How do you know that that's true? Where's the evidence for this? Sometimes students who maybe have come from an activist background are very reluctant to embrace those kinds of challenges. They'll be more like, no, these businesses are taking advantage of the homeless. And you could say, well, no, as your editor, as your teacher, I'm asking you, how do you really know that? When it works right, the students may then come back and say, here's how I know that, here's the evidence, here's how I can verify this. But when it goes wrong, you can find that sometimes students, they're taking something as gospel that they cannot back up. And you need to say, we need to go back and see how we can verify this and see whether it's true. And students need to understand this. So I think, like people are talking about, the co-panelists here have been talking about, is that you can have students who may come from a very, very subjective background, and you could still nurture them to get the most out of what they have to offer, to get them to think critically about the information they have, to really dig deep and verify with what they have. And then if they cannot do that, you have to be willing to say, this isn't working out, and here's why it's not working out, and here's why you need to go back and double check this. So I think that's probably been my biggest cautionary tale as a professor, is trying to take students who are activists or might have a very personal stake in a story, and to say, you need to be able to verify all of this. It's not that I don't believe you, but you have to be able to show me, and show the reader, and show the viewer. So I know we're running out of time, but those were my big thoughts right now for what's not been said so far so much.
Ендрю, дуже дякую. У нас колеги хочуть.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Let me give the floor to Danilo now. Building up on what has been already said, sometimes students have some beliefs as a gospel, and I believe that that's positive symptom when students start acting not in a confronting way, but they start listening to their professor and looking at his practice as an example. Science is based on skepticism, on critical thinking. Investigative reporting is just about that. They are about skepticism, opposition to ruling powers, and professor somehow represents the powers, the authority. And when I see my students starting to confront me, I see it as positive. I'm not talking about destructive behavior, aggressive behavior. That's not what I mean here, no. But confrontation, readiness to challenge what I'm saying is great. This is a positive symptom, I would say. Thank you very much. Not every Ukrainian professor is ready to be challenged by their students. This is good to hear. Probably this is because you're a practitioner. Thank you very much for saying this. Anyone else, please?
Yeah, I'd just like to add a few things to what Andrew said, especially about this, the activism journalism, or whatever you call it. It's a floating thing, because I work a lot abroad in developing countries and poor countries where journalism is not a trade you can make a living of in many places. So many of the journalists I work with in, let's say, Bangladesh or India, they have sort of another side job, maybe being activists in an NGO protecting human rights or whatever, maybe environmental issues. I see nothing wrong with this as long as it's declared in the film or along to me and my editor that this guy, he is not only a very good fixer and a very good journalist, knows all the story in Bangladesh about this and that, He's also an activist in a organization where he writes press releases for this NGO. This is the way he can make a living. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as we have it in what you call an arm's length. I have no problem working with NGOs. I just did last week in Romania. Very close relation with an NGO fighting for the same cause as I am investigating in right now. That doesn't mean that I'm completely uncritical to what they say or what they do. I will have to fact check them as well. How thoroughly are they when they come to criticize the subject that I'm working on? So there's nothing wrong being part of a story. And as Jeff said about the Black American female journalist that was part of a story that also involved her own family. Nothing wrong with that as long as it's declared. It has to be in open. So normally today you have, like, when you publish a documentary, you either it's on television or in print, you have this little saying that, how did we do it? This is very typical today, to declare how did we do this job. This article and the coming article is based on 3 months of research, 2,000 documents and 500 interviews, whatever, so that the viewers or the readers can judge themselves. Is this aimed to be subjective, or is it the other part? So, I mean, declare it, and there's nothing wrong.
Том, дуже дякую і завершимо відповіді.
Thank you so much, Tom. And thank you so much, Tom. And Alexander wanted to give his input on that as well. Alexander, what's your take on that? Well, you know, I've been listening to these interventions today, and also at our ethics session, we're arguing whether you need to have the belief, whether you need to have faith in your story or not. So what comes first, the facts or the faith? Well, I think that you have to have faith that you want to talk to people, you want to communicate with them. So we started this discussion from the mistakes, and I think that we should explain to our students that nobody's perfect and it's natural to make mistakes. So I think that we should not tell them right away that if you make one mistake, you'll go to jail for the rest of your life. No, we just need to explain what mistakes they could make and how to avoid those mistakes. Yes, we need to work on that. And now I want to mention my mistake when I've been thinking about my work. We are lagging behind. Well, at least I feel that I am lagging behind when I compare myself with students who are only 3-4 years younger. I mean, from the emotional point of view, from the use of the words and terminology and the logic, we have totally different understanding of that. The context is different. I had a case when during the exam I asked a question, and that question already contained the answer, and she's been thinking for a while, and she didn't give me the answer, and you know, I told her that the answer is right there, it's in the question, and she bursted out crying. So I have to make some adjustments, you know, and it's my mistake of not being up to date in emotional and terminological point of view with my students. I'm not a professor, I'm not a teacher by trade, I'm a lawyer by formal education. But when we speak about teaching and when we speak about being a journalist, you need to tell the students what mistakes could be made, but not just in the format of lecture or Q&A session. You need to communicate, and you have to guide them to certain conclusions, but that should be the common process. You have to work collaboratively and jointly. Well, at least that's my conclusion when it comes to making mistakes and discussing those mistakes with my students. Thank you so much, Alexander, for bringing this up. Talking about mistakes is very important, and I'm sure this is not just the generation gap, because yes, of course, the understanding is different of different concepts. When you compare the generation that was born back in the Soviet times, we didn't have enough understanding that making mistakes is natural, and you just need to admit that you have made a mistake, rectify it, and move on. So what makes me different as a teacher, as a professor, from those students who are 18, 19 years old now, is the fact that they have no fear of admitting their mistakes. So this is about the soft skills. We have to teach those skills as well. And you know, this is about the philosophy of our system of education. It should all start in the kindergarten. So we have still some 3 minutes left, and I see that we have some questions from the audience, and we also have some questions in our chat box. So please introduce yourself. My name is Olena Mudra. I'm from media project Pravda Ye. There is the truth. So I have the question to everyone, to all the speakers. If we want to make investigative journalism popular among the students, what do you suggest to do as the first steps? And how can we talk the teachers into it? Because they are in authority for the students, but do professors of journalism actually understand how important investigative reporting is? Who would like to take that one?
Every time I teach, I sort of introduce myself and completely bragging about how good I am, how many awards I've won, and how famous you can become as an investigative journalist. You can win the biggest awards in the world. And then I ask normally like a sort of a rhetorical question, who wants to become a really good investigative journalist? And you see a forest of hands. And then I must sadly say that only like 5% of you will actually succeed, because this is hard work. There's a lot of agonies. Journalism is about making a choice. You can either choose to go or you can choose not to go on a particular story. So now we are back in the human things. And we are back at, if your heart doesn't bleed for a story, then dump it.
Дякую за відповідь. Хто ще хоче з наших колег відповісти на це запитання? Окей.
Anyone else? Okay, if no one wants to speak on that one, we have another question from the audience. Good morning. My name is Valery Bogdan. I am teaching investigative reporting in Odessa Journalism Academy. In Odessa, sorry, Law Academy. So Ukrainian higher education is very conservative, and within the framework of this system, we have some limitations. For instance, for investigative reporting course for 4-year students, 4-year bachelor students, I have some questions with regard to it. There are some tasks that we have to give them, but we cannot do that. Do you see any limitations in your teaching process, or do you have some life hacks from the point of view of what students could be tasked with or what not? For instance, some formal interviews, or how can we help them to avoid certain misunderstandings and bad situations for them, to avoid the risks? Alexander? Well, the safety, yes. For now, we didn't have any issues regarding safety of our students. We had just one case when there was a student who was working on a story. Everything was fine. I introduced her to a journalist who helped her to make that story public. It was not a safety issue. It was the problem that the media outlet simply refused of publishing the story because one of the owners of this media outlet was actually the person against whom the story was. So they just cut the story, they killed it. And we had to explain this to her. So you may discuss this with the student. You can explain the risks. So this student actually refused to go with the story because when we discussed her personal safety and all these issues, she decided not to proceed. And there was another journalist who was preparing the story with her, so he decided to push for it, but the story was rejected anyway, so he left that media outlet. He had to resign. Jeff, you wanted to add something. Go ahead.
Yes, just briefly, first of all, I'm very happy to hear from someone from Odessa. My mother's side of the family is from Odessa, and here's a poem that my mother wrote about my great-grandfather called The Watermelons in Russia, talking about the watermelons in Odessa that he would eat. So I'm very happy to make that personal connection. Where we are in Grand Valley is quite a conservative area in West Michigan. The DeVos family, which you may have heard of, Betsy DeVos was the Secretary of Education, is a big donor to our university. And so both in the university context and the local public radio station, there have been instances where a student has had a probing story that the people haven't wanted to run. And so the way that I try to deal with that is a number of different ways. One, to talk openly with the students about, as Alexander was just mentioning. Two, to try and work with colleagues to develop more of a culture so that it's not just this one student standing there on their own. And three, to let the students know that we are there for them and to give them examples of people in other places like the Ukraine, as I mentioned earlier with the Yanukovych leaks, dealing with real constraints and perhaps even greater constraints, and how those individuals, some of whom speak remotely to our classes, navigate those situations. So we just had a journalist from South Africa who's one of the top, which has one of the most liberal granting of press freedoms in the world, talk about how now, 50 years into his career, because of the investigative reporting he's been doing, he and his wife check their car and check the ground underneath the car to see is there oil and has the car been tampered with. And this is happening right now. So talking about those constraints and then bringing in the broader community of people who are dealing with that, and then working with colleagues and being there for the students, those are some of the efforts that we do, but it is a real challenge, and I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Джеф, дуже дякую. І
Thank you so much, Jeff. And I'm sorry we have to close our panel because we are a bit behind the schedule. We had some questions in the chat box. Unfortunately, we were not able to give responses to all of those. You will be able to get in touch with our speakers. You have the contact details for our speakers. We would like to thank our speakers who have been online with us. Hopefully, in not distant future, we will see you in person and we will hear more from you. And we would like also to thank Danila and Alexander and Tom for being here in person. And we would like to thank our interpreters and all the colleagues, all the crew, sound engineers who have supported this session. And I hope that it was interesting. At least it was interesting from my point of view. So we will take a short break and then we will get back for the next
Good morning, dear attendees and audience online. Let me greet you at our track. I have this phrase I like. We cannot change any country without changing its distant regions, despite the fact that the policy and politics is made in the capitals. During the Maidan, we had the vast majority of protesters here in Kiev, but the regions were also part of this entire process. So I'm always happy to work with regional journalists and present their materials. Today we have best of the best of regional journalists here. So let me make this tour de table now. You will introduce yourselves and your media. So please tell us about yourselves and how you are different from the others. What interesting stories you've had this year. Юрій Горбач, Сила правди, the power of the truth. Good morning. I represent this investigative journalism center from Lutsk, Ukraine, the power of the truth. We are 4 years old now. We work in anti-corruption area. We monitor tenders in our region, in Lutsk. Quite big interest for us is environmental issues, and not only investigative reporting, but also some assessments, some analytical reports. Recently, we've worked in the topic of forestation and forests. We assessed all the forest enterprises, entities. We compared them in terms of their well-being. Apart from investigations, we do a lot of analytical work. I represent this investigative journalism center, Our Money, Наші гроші, in Lviv. In the past 5 years, we have also started working in 4 other regions: Ivano-Frankivsk, Transcarpathians, Chernivtsi. We basically focus on tenders, anti-corruption of all shades and flavors. So basically, we work with public bidding and tenders. Recently, we've added one more area of interest, which is construction. Construction is actually quite a relevant topic in Ukraine now. We also analyze a lot of current constructions that have been carried out with violations of the standards. Another area we cover is corruption in the environmental topics, environmental areas. In this year, a lot of things have changed in our newsroom, but I will talk more about this a bit later. Good morning. Serhiy Sidorov. I am the head of Investigative Journalism Center in Zaporizhia. We are 4 years old. We basically focus on land deeds, construction, and urban space development plan. We also do some investigation in environmental topics. In Zaporizhia, we have 4 major plants which pose some risks, environmental risks. And that's basically what we are doing in our newsroom. Antonina Torbich, Rivne, the 4th power. We are 15 years old. We do analytical work. We do investigations. We have quite a broad area of interest, including corruption, power abuse, illicit construction, education, human rights. Our newsroom is well known due to scandals we got into. We had some arson case with our newsroom and our facilities. And we also are accountable for getting corrupt public officials fired from their positions. Speaking of the current year, I would say our greatest achievement is the deep digging we have done in Rivne in the area of medical and healthcare reform. We work together with the Hromadske, with the public broadcaster. We investigated this topic, and we already see some minor improvements. At the time when we conducted this investigation, this cancer center we have in our region stopped providing free of charge MRI scans to their patients. And as a result of our investigation, they resumed this practice. Over 130 people have been able to receive the opportunity of free MRI scans. Quite often our publication of our materials result in open criminal cases. We have to admit, often they are later stopped and closed, but some discussions are going on anyways. Prozoro, Kropivnitsky, Pavlo Lisnichenko. I am an editor at Prozoro in Kropivnitsky. We have been working in Kropivnitsky starting 2016. We focused on public bidding, finances, political corruption. Recently, my colleague launched her podcast. She works in the field of judicial journalism. I'm sure this is going to be an interesting area. We have no ongoing construction, so we don't cover these topics. The hosts of this conference came up with the title for our track like this: dangerous situation in the investigative reporters' work, opportunities, and counteractions. So let's talk about what kind of technologies you have that are worth sharing with your colleagues. Each of us would benefit from exchanging best practices and techniques, methodologies we have. Before we start communicating with our audience, let's discuss an important question. How did you find your audience? How did you study your audience? Can you describe your most loyal readers, viewers, the audience? Who can start? Yes, please. This is kind of a complex question. Without grant from PACT, we wouldn't have been able to answer this question now. But let me say the following. Last summer, we more or less defined our audience. Our strategy contains this section about our audience. The reader is called Alexander. He's around 35 years of age. He's a lawyer. He might have 1 or 2 children. He is a little bit nerdy, and he's probably a bit too thorough in whatever he's doing. And he likes drinking beer sometimes. If we look at the comments on our Facebook page, on our website, we see a lot of lawyers. So when we were thinking about, when we were modeling our hypothetical reader, this is how we decided. This is why we decided he's a lawyer. Okay, Sergey, could you elaborate more on this technology? How much money you spent on this study? How did you do that? Prior to this grant for development we received from PACT, we conducted several focus groups. We had about 50 or 60 people having participated in those focus groups. So this is where we had some initial insight into who our audience is. And we had 2 key questions. What people in Zaporizhia do read. And the second one was, what would make readers donate to our media? It was quite a thorough study. And after this study, we had a presentation, like 27 pages long presentation of the results. So on the one hand, we somehow received the data that confirmed our expectations. On the other hand, though, we got sad. The study showed that our readers are not so much willing to share their money with us. And now, our target group was the audience with the salary of 12,000 hryvnias per month and above. It was quite a simple thing for us to ask them. We were trying to ask them what kind of benefits they could receive from the materials we would publish, some kind of things we could monetize. Let me also say, and I believe it would be an interesting topic for discussion with the colleagues, people had quite a high level of confidence or trust in us compared to other local media. And our audience would be willing to donate in exchange for political analytical materials. Let me intervene. So your audience would be ready to pay for your service, namely providing information and political analysis, right? Yeah, that's right. I started my career as a political journalist. Later, I shifted towards investigative journalism. So political journalism is, for me, some kind of getting back. Okay, thank you, Sergey. Antonina Torvich. Let me remind you the question again. We are talking about your audience. How is your reader look like?
Well, who's our target audience? If you check our website and if you check one of the sections on our website, you can find information about the target audience. And how were we able to decide who our target audience is? We thought that those are supposed to be people who are ready to make the change with regard to the issues that we are covering in our stories. So those are the civil society representatives, also those who are in authority, and also those civic activists. So that was just our picturing of the protagonist, and we had to communicate with our audience. We knew that we would have to test this idea. So in theory, we decided that this is the profile of our target audience. But for 1 month, we have been doing the research for our target audience, and we knew that we would need to check different analytical data. We knew that those are people from 35 to 44 years of age, predominantly women, but we also wanted to know what is the background of these people, in which area do they work. So we were just hypothesizing, and then we needed to test. So we collected over 150 questionnaires, but our target was from 200 to 400. I don't know whether we would make it 300. The ideal one. But according to our questionnaire results, we know that the representatives of the civil society are reading us, and also the government officials are reading us, IT specialists are reading us. So basically, we were right with our profiling. What was our primary task? Our primary task was to extend our audience. We are constantly trying to expand our audience. You know who you can influence on, but we are also working on social media. We are launching new pages in social media. And just an insight from this survey, when it seems to you that you know your target audience and you have no room for growth, after you have new people coming and joining your team, we saw the difference. One of the questions on the questionnaire was, would you support the activities of Четверта Влада? And 1/3 of those who are ready to support us are our readers who have been with us under 1 year or from 1 year to 3 years. So it means that we can expand, we can do the outreach for the broader audience. Later in your work, you may have new readers who will be ready to support you, and that's quite inspiring and encouraging. How did you manage to expand your audience in your city, in your region? Well, actually, that kind of expanding of your outreach takes place only with the help of our colleagues who have been reprinting our messages. Thanks to this trust that we have of other media outlets who are using our materials, who are using our stories, they are helping us with spreading spreading the word and becoming more popular. Of course, our SMM specialists are working on our advertising. We are also promoting our content in local groups, but without local media, that would be impossible. In Lviv, of course, it's easier to operate because the process of reprinting your stories is very active, and we are mostly covering Lviv stories. That is why we have good coverage. Speaking of our audience, we are using the tools that are available to us. We are checking the figures, and we do the measurements with Google Analytics. We see that our readers are young people and mostly men, but it's almost 50-50 men and women. We also try to make a profile of our reader. At the beginning of this year, we had the project with the support of Media Forum. So we wanted to look at our ideal reader. So this is a man. Well, probably his name was Alexander as well. So he's aged from 25 to 45. Many citizens who are active in their communities are reading us, but I also understand that lots of journalists are also following us, and local politicians are also paying close attention to what we are publishing, because we are criticizing our local officials. So we see that there is the response after the publication. We know that they have read our pieces. And later on, we see that other journalists, other media outlets are inviting us to their shows, and this is contributing to our coverage. You mentioned Google Analytics. Of course, we all are using Google Analytics to measure the statistics and also to check the amount of views. And with Google Analytics, we are able to find out what our audience likes, what it doesn't like. But were the Google Analytics data correct when you checked it with your own data? You know, actually, we used Google Analytics as the baseline. It seems to me that it's the same. But to do the in-depth survey, we need to run some additional surveys, as it's quite difficult to simply sense who is reading you. We are working in some sort of bubble, because when we are working on the topic, we see that this is an important story, we have to cover it, but then sometimes there is the story that is of poor quality, and it enjoys much better coverage because it's just some sort of a scandal. Pavlo? Well, actually, we followed a totally different track compared to our colleagues. We have decided not to just develop our media outlet. We have decided to invest in our personalities, people who are behind our center. So basically everything that we are publishing in our pages, in our web pages, is also published on the web pages of other media outlets, of course with the copyright being respected. So we are trying to follow not just the media outlets, with which we are working. We see also that there are some stories that are better covered in Beskupur media outlet, or for instance, we have Grechka media outlet, and we understand that there are some types of pieces that would be more popular in Facebook newsfeed, or there are some stories that are more of interest for fact checkers, for journalists, if we are covering something about fake news. So our strategy, but it was prompted due to the difficult circumstances and the fact that we are understaffed. It is aimed at the work with other media outlets first and foremost, and this helps us to cover their audience as well. So you are basically B2B. You're working as a media outlet for other media outlets. Yes, we are content providers. And I cannot say that we could be a role model, because basically you are losing your audience if you feel like creating your own media outlet that would be influential in your region. No, it's not the example to follow. But if your purpose is to disseminate the information which you have collected, and if you want to reach your end reader, your target audience, our experience in the past 3 or 4 years showed that this model can actually work. Well, of course it works. I never said that it wouldn't work, and I know that media centers do not usually become as business centers, but we see that some centers like Bihus Info are trying to collaborate with others, so they sometimes engage with the advertising companies so that they could get other sources of income. They want to diversify their sources of income, and they want to find the financing. They want to secure funds for their investigations, and the investigations cost a lot, and they become even more expensive with time. But for the regional centers, it's hard to become self-sufficient. Then you need to reach the national media or regional media outlets, and you could also cover a broader audience. It's a pity that donors do not count this sort of coverage, because they count only the viewers or the readers on our websites. But of course, if your story, if your material is broadcast on the national channel, it's a totally different level of coverage. If I may, I would like just to add quickly. Thing is that when we perform this transition from having your own media outlet to the model of a collaboration with other media outlets, it might be a painful process. At least in our case, it was rather challenging, because it makes your pride suffer when you feel like doing everything on your own. But at some point, you come to realization that it's either you prepare high-quality content just for your smaller audience, or either you are covering more, but you work for other media outlets. So we opted for the second. In Lutsk, we didn't have an opportunity to scale up the survey of our target audience. That's why we are just using Google Analytics data. From time to time, we check the data from Google Analytics, and we see that young people aged 25 to 35 are our viewers. They are curious about news. They are interested in law. Quite often, we cover the stories about court trials and also corruption offenses. We also see that our readers are mostly reading our stories from their mobile phones. And at the same time, we are receiving the feedback after our stories are being published. Our journalists are able even to collect some extra data. In our last investigation, we were covering the story of one of our local forestries. So our journalist approached the forest ranger who works at that forestry, and he said that, yes, I've been reading your materials, and I know why you are here, and I've been here on high alert because I've been waiting for someone to show up at my porch, and I knew that that would be either a journalist or a security service officer. So we know that people are reading us, and also those who are governmental officials, they are also reading us. Sometimes we are covering stories about financing of our party cells, political party cells. We are also covering local elections, so we are getting the feedback from our audience. Nonetheless, could you tell us more about your purpose in your work? Is it just to disseminate the information, or is it to expand your audience? When we carry out the investigation, we then push forward. We push for the pre-trial investigation, then for proper trial, or do we think that we need to feed our audience on daily basis with some content which it would enjoy? So what is your main focus, your purpose of your work, or your audience? In our case, Четверта Влада is fully aware of who our target audience is. So, of course, we would like to work only in the mean of disseminating our vision. But if you are in communication with your audience, you have to make the adjustments. You have to listen to your target audience. You have to make adaptations to the needs of your target audience. And their issues become of concern to you. This is the two-way street. You tell your audience what is important to you, then you get the feedback from your target audience. In our case, and I've been thinking about this a lot, as they say, you need some point of support to turn everything upside down. It means that we cannot cover everything. We do not have the right coverage. We cannot have 30 news stories daily. Our purpose is to get the target audience in three areas. The first type of audience, these are our informants. They are sharing their stories. They are our sources. And these sources are supporting us in terms of creating the content that would expose some crooks. And that would help us to create the story that would resonate with other people and that would be headline hitting. We also need the other type of audience, the audience that would spread the word, that would do the sharing, commenting, and adding to this popularity, making it go viral. And we also believe that there is the third type of target audience that we require. And in accordance with our surveys, people are ready to support us. So grant support cannot provide 100% coverage of our financial needs. So we have to monetize our content. Therefore, we are now considering an opportunity to let people contribute to our journalism financially. So most people who are ready to support our media outlet, they are ready to support not just some specific projects, they are ready to support our activities in general. They enjoy what we are doing, they understand what independent journalism is about, and this is a pleasant revelation to us. Because what we are doing is in line with the interests of the audience who is reading us. What share of your audience is ready to support you financially? Well, I will not tell you the exact figures because the survey is still ongoing. But at the moment, over 60% of our respondents are ready to support us financially. But there is another disaggregation. 10% are ready to support us on a regular basis, mostly are ready to support us from time to time, and there is a small share of respondents who are ready to support us, but they would like to get something in return. For instance, extra information, inputs, outputs. So they are ready to provide funding for specific content. Yes, so it depends on the topic in the stories. Well, our next step would be to have in-depth interviews to have a closer look at it. Anyone to add?
As for the motivation, something journalists work for, when I started my career, I really enjoyed my work. I really liked interesting stories being published on our website. Sometime later, I am now 38. This mid-age crisis strikes now, and I understand. I personally understand that I really need to see that our audience appreciates our work. I want them to say thank you for your work. I want to see that what I'm doing is useful for other people. So we are just starting to look for the topics that are of interest to people. That's not only about land issues. This is also about the utilities, some managing companies, these multi-story building enterprises, managing enterprises, and some disputes between these entities with the gas and water suppliers, as well as heating companies. So probably I would say that people are important for us. And not only because they can donate and contribute financially, but rather because they can support us emotionally. Let me quote my acquaintance. 50 hryvnias given by a Ukrainian are more valuable than $50 given by a donor. So this is exactly my point. We want to have those 50 hryvnias from Ukrainian. Yeah, but I understand it's best to have high salaries for journalists, right? Anyone else? If I may, very briefly comment. This question is quite typical for this tension between journalism and activism. You, as a journalist, have to dig some juicy stories and make those public, but being an activist, you have to have an impact. You have to make some changes come true. And for us, it's always difficult to strike this balance. When we dive deep into some stories and topics, we lose audiences interested in other topics. On the other hand, we might leave loose ends with our stories. I mean, not ensuring changes for better in the topics we have been investigating in. If our publications are not followed up properly afterwards, it's kind of a loose end. It has no constructive ending, no impact. So unfortunately, or probably fortunately, activism of a Ukrainian journalist is still to remain for a long time. It's not going anywhere. Yeah. This survey we have conducted showed that people, the audience, need to see more victorious endeavors. They say, your website is all about bad news, corruption, some disgrace, some scandals, but we want to see something positive. We don't want to see so many sad news. So I believe that some optimistic news are worth working in the activism arena. I work in Crimean region, and I envy you because you can touch your audience, so to say. We, unfortunately, are separated from our audience geographically. On top of that, due to FSB, Prosecutors General Office of Russian Federation, our website is blocked and our audience in Crimea cannot have easy access to our materials. And we generally can say with sadness that Crimean news are not that interesting for Ukrainian, mainland Ukrainian journalism. So, nonetheless, we're working hard to deliver our news, to have our voice heard. And Serhiy probably could talk more on that. We are trying to deliver important background principles to our audience. And this is possible due to Donbass news we produce. We deal a lot with topics like pensions, bank cards. Our journalists explain how things work in these areas, and our readers then get back to us, ask questions, share their stories, and we follow up those stories. We have some videos shot, for example, these IDPs, people residing in tents and other bad situations without proper homes due to the war. So my next question to you is, how closely related are you to your audience? How well do you understand what's interesting for your audience, what's on demand? By the way, the government is also our audience, among our audience. We already touched upon different segments. Some people who are interested in political news, some people who are interested in finance. These segments of your audience, how close cooperation do you have with them? And do you have any boundaries between you and your audience? Let me say that the law enforcement are trying to get some information from us, not vice versa. It's quite unlikely that we are going to get some information from the law enforcement. Speaking of business sector and just ordinary citizens, they are more willing to share their stories and facts. 99% of our stories are purely our work, not something we receive from whistleblowers. We receive sometimes some kind of emails from businessmen saying we've been denied or rejected from a bidding procedure. Could you please investigate this? Getting to recent examples, Zolochi, this settlement in our region, they started to prepare for a bidding procedure, but at the preparation phase for the tender, the construction works have been done, And one of the bidders contacted us delivering this news. And this is how we managed to get some money, some budget money saved. So now this money is going to stay in the municipal budget, which means the construction companies illegally conducted those construction works without proper bidding procedure, and now they are not going to get paid. A similar story about local outpatient clinic construction works. Some works have been done before the proper procedure of bidding, and yeah, we are doing our work in order to save millions of hryvnias of the public money. Yeah, quite often we receive some feedback from our audience. We are contacted by them. Usually we categorize those emails into three groups. First, some personal private problems that are not quite typical or interesting for the broad public. Someone got fired from the municipality when they were on holidays, something like that, on vacation. The other category of emails or messages we get from the audience come from our loyal readers who know our stories. They might even contact us by the phone, and they share some interesting stories sometimes, but quite often things they are telling us are not yet ripe enough to be publicized. Maybe we are still on the stage of investigation and it's not the ready-made material. And the third group, maybe up to 10% of all the messages we receive, are about violations of mostly public bidding procedures. Usually we take this information, we verify it, investigate, and publish the materials. So in fact, this is the minority of our materials, but they are important. I would agree with both co-panelists, but let me show you my angle of this question. We used to have over 90% of all our investigation based on our own cues, so to say. In a year, in the past year, we had singular cases when we were informed about violations by our audience. Since we started looking at the healthcare topics, such messages from the audience become more and more relevant. People see that we are covering the stories about violations in one healthcare institution, and then our readers contact us and say, look, there is another healthcare institution with a similar scheme, with a similar violation, and we have made quite a few materials based on such messages. When we have a human right violation and people reach out to us to share this story, so basically what we do is we make a voice of our reader heard, and we make sure such violations are prosecuted afterwards. And I would agree with Yuri. It's about 10 to 15% of all our messages from the audience that are then used by us to produce the materials. I know that national media use technologies to work with their audience. Active readers are invited to a club established by Ukrainian Truth, Ukrainska Pravda. They receive such readers receive some benefits, not only merchandise. They are participating in special events. What about your media? Do you have established platforms for cooperation with your audience? Or maybe you are planning something like this. Maybe it's virtual platform, some kind of chat. What way of communication with the audience are you using currently? I prepared a presentation, so it could be something relevant to answer this question now. We are now taking some efforts to contact our audience physically, and this project, anti-corruption guided tour, we work together with the Institute of Regional Development of Press. They had this dedicated project in this area. What's the point of such guided tour? We take our audience and guide them through the spots in our city covered in the stories of all kinds of media, including ours. And this is a great opportunity to meet our readers in person. And for them, it's an opportunity to see some backstage, to learn more about how investigative reporting works. We had the first tour of this kind 2 years ago. That time we worked together with the Regional Press Development Institute. Now we organized this tour on our own, and this was an event with which we celebrated our 4th anniversary. Both tours attracted 20 to 30 people each. For me, it's the perfect group for a guided tour, not to overcrowd these places and to make it comfortable for everyone. About preparation of these tours. First of all, we planned the itinerary, so to say. It has to be interesting and not too long. At the first tour, during the first tour, we had about 10 sites to visit. And by the end of the tour, I could see that everyone was excited but tired. So this year we learned our lesson and decided to have fewer sites. It was autumn and quite cold, whereas the first tour took place in spring. It was warmer and nice weather to have a walk. So we factored this in. We announced this tour on Facebook, and then we also provided an opportunity for our audience to communicate about this. We didn't want to deliver a lecture. We asked our readers about various topics. We also prepared some merchandise for our guests to give those out for answers to our questions. We had some handouts. We had some patrons supporting us financially and providing us with some information. So this year we approached the end of our guided tour with some creativity. We went to a cafe, had some tea, coffee, and cakes. It was a windy day. People were pleased to have this nice ending of the tour. And we also covered this tour so that more people would learn about this project. We had a live stream, we had announcements and posts afterwards. We also, this is now about virtual interaction with the audience. We don't have a specific dedicated project for that purpose. This is our initiative. We don't have some specialist or professional editor. But our amateur videos are quite popular. We see growing numbers of the views on YouTube. Volodymyr Bondar from Volyn, who used to head the State Forestry Agency and still participates in all kinds of bidding procedures. Videos about him are still popular on YouTube.
Besides, we are trying to cover the other topics as well. As I mentioned in my introductory part, we are covering a lot financial dealings, and we write about political parties. We are also covering the environmental issues. So we have groups in Facebook to which we add our topic-based content, and this is how we communicate with our audience. Another offline event and which was the means to put a face to the names when we communicated with our audience. This is the format of public reporting. Our civil society started this format of reporting 3 years ago, and we decided to join from the very beginning. Each year in March, we are holding this type of events. So we have up to 50 people convene. Now, those are representatives of civil society. This event is attended by up to 10 civil society organizations, and they report about their activities in the past year. They explain their financial model, and they report about their finances in front of their audience. This is not just an option how to cover the broader audience. This is also a way to tell more people about your work. Well, that's it from me. Thank you for your attention. I don't have any slides. And Четверта Vlada doesn't have the substantial experience of having in-person events for expanding our audience, although we know many of them. Nonetheless, currently we are still operating online, but we want to strengthen our cooperation with our audience. Why do we want to have stronger ties with our audience? This is because we believe that our journalism is not just about us doing what we enjoy. Our journalism is about making our community more fair, and we like that our audience is very supportive of these efforts. We had faith in our work, and according to our survey results, our audience is ready to support us. They are ready to contribute to co-creation of independent journalism in the region. There are a few possible pathways to take over here. Ukrainska Pravda, for instance, has the club for its readers, but for our media outlet, that might be too difficult to put to practice due to the operational costs. We would like to do it in a different way. We suggest to run a crowdfunding platform, and we have realized that many people are ready to support what we are doing. So our first step would be to collect donations from our readers. I believe that that would be just step one. We will see how it goes, and further, we will keep in touch with these readers, and further, maybe we will have our own club that will keep the readers of Четверта Влада posted. What was the question? Could you remind me of the question? Which platforms or which events are you using to communicate with your audience? Do you have any extraordinary type of events? Well, you know, we are doing it in traditional way. We have a Patreon, so we are receiving donations. In February, we will have the first public report. We are excited and a bit nervous about it, since our main donor pact is encouraging us to report more before our audience. In fact, we, being the journalists, keep in touch with our audience all the time. And also we are communicating all the time with our complainants, those who complain to us. So now we have a few people who subscribed to our Patreon, and from time to time they are complaining about another case of treason in bidding procedures and in the sphere of public procurement. It was very difficult for me to persuade this claimant to donate to us and to subscribe to our Patreon. But it worked. Eventually it worked. I talked him into it. How did you manage to do that? So one was when we covered the story for the third time. He agreed to donate, but we have other complainants as well. So our stakeholders need to be engaged in terms of financial contributions on Patreon platform. But the problem is that for the small regions, that might always be the ground for conflict of interest. For instance, we have the local councillor who is subscribed to our Patreon. And so this person used us for promotion of his own image. He said that we are cool, and after that we had 4 people joining us. And after that, I received news from my colleague from Berdansk, Alexander Pilipenko. Many of you know him. So this local councillor, the councillor of the Oblast Council, took part in a procurement procedure and invited his partner in business into bidding procedure as the winning bid. So we are covering this story. So he liked our coverage of that story, and he did not unsubscribe. So we just moved on. That was fine. So for the Oblast centers, the story is rather different. Our key audience, our stakeholders, quite often may become also the people we criticize in our stories at the same time. If I may, I would like to add, there is another way. And you know, we were actually talking not about money, we were talking about audience and dissemination of our information, and also promoting investigative journalism and interaction with the audience in general. One of our target audience is the media outlets. And as we said before, we are very much interested in reprints and sharing of our content, since they are benefiting from it, and we are also getting the benefit of covering the broader audience and hitting the headlines with our stories. So we become a success with the help of other media outlets. That is why almost all investigative journalists are trying to follow this model, and they become experts in their topics. All of us have our own specialization. So I suggest us to use this expertise in certain areas for cooperation with other groups of colleagues who are working on the same topic. For instance, Crimea. Everything that pertains to Crimean platform, this international platform for Crimea deoccupation, as Ukraine puts it, but our partners may have different views. Nonetheless, we are very much engaged in this international endeavor, although we have not been previously working in international affairs, and we have never been friends with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But sometimes I'm asking myself, who am I working for? This is the volunteering job, but still, this is the civil society activism. From non-recognition policy and line, we have expanded our audience, and now this type of audience has become our main audience, and we are working with think tanks, international think tanks, and international analysts who specialize in various Crimea-related issues, starting from militarization and weaponization and ending with environmental issues. In my view, it makes sense to check your target audience. For instance, prosecutors, you can take part in the events that they have for their own colleagues. Environmental community, environmental CSOs, they cooperate with the authorities, with central authorities, and also with think tanks working in the sphere of environmental protection. So if you're working on a story that is related to environmental issue, just reach out to those who are already in this sector and engage them as your experts. Sorry for taking too long. Has everyone spoken on the topic? Oh, you have the microphone. I have actually prepared the presentation, but it is a bit off topic. You know, you can have your own thread in our conversation. Well, since we're supposed to talk about the work with the audience, and this year our administration changed its policy, I would like to cover that, and it pertains to social media. Well, the way that we've been working in social media was as follows. We were present only on two platforms, Facebook and Twitter. We have not been spreading the word except for our website and these two pages. So what did we do in the past? We used to come to our workstation, make tea or coffee, and then just post information on Facebook. But this year we decided to change this approach. Back then we didn't have our own style, we didn't have anyone to do the promotion. It was just on ad hoc basis, and those who were not very much engaged. We're doing the work on Facebook. So what have we decided to do this year? Finally, we have hired an SMM specialist who has carried out the analysis of the current state of affairs. And this person also prepared the action plan for our platforms. Now we are present in Instagram and Telegram as well. And we are changing our approaches on sharing our information on these platforms. You have to adjust your messages. We are the investigative journalists, and we were rather aggressive. So our posts were of the same tone. But after we've decided to change the tone, we are getting more feedback and more emotions from our viewers and readers, and we have added more caption video that are visually attractive to our audience. And I wanted to show you the examples of how we communicate our messages and how we communicate our stories. We have the quote, we have the caption. So this is the investigation of Bukovel with the misappropriation of lands of the state ownership. And we have the quote from the expert. And you can also see the snapshot from the caption video in which we explain this investigation. Our Instagram page it looks like this. We have about 700 followers over there, but we are trying to expand the audience. So we are presenting this type of posts. We use the small images to retell the story of our investigation in a nutshell, and we are doing that with the use of images. What I like about Instagram and stories in Instagram, and we also do the same for Facebook, we are telling the story of the forestries in Ukraine. They do not publish the information about their spending on their website. So we have decided to present this information in a light format that would be easy for comprehension. Apart from telling the story of the offense itself, we were also asking people about their opinion on the forestries and the way they operate. And we are trying to change all the time so that our audience would not get bored with our style. We are trying to make this post interactive, and soon we will have the change of the format. And we also have the YouTube blogs. I will tell you about that in a second. So it means that we have completely reinvented the way we are using social media. Our coverage increased immensely. The amount of shares also increased, and the traffic on our website is also on the rise. So SMM specialist helped us a lot, so I suggest small regional centers to engage professionals and to do it in high-quality manner and not in the way that we were doing in the past 7 years. So our YouTube blog. This is the blog in where we are retelling the story of our investigation in the format of a comedy show. So Elena will tell you a funny story about the investigation. We are using humor and we are using lots of jokes while telling corruption stories. So please subscribe. Thank you. Well, you mentioned that there is a need to hire professionals. So you have SMM specialists. You also have the person who is in charge of content on YouTube. How have you come to this idea? Lviv Media Forum prompted that because they told us that there are small grants for the strategy, and we have realized that SMM is our biggest gap and flaw. You know, journalists do not have enough time to work with social media, and I realized in the past that it takes time to post all those links and to write the feed story. So at some point, we have realized that we have to pay more attention to it. We have received this small grant, and my colleague, who is a former journalist, turned out to be our SMM professional. We talked to him. He told to us what he is capable of doing. So we had actually the competition for this vacancy. I don't want to disclose his name because he works for other companies as well. I don't want to tarnish his reputation or to put him into any trouble, but we give access to this person to our stories in advance, and he helps us with the preparation of the right content. And if something goes wrong, he gives us feedback immediately. So that's the way it is.
Yeah. We covered this with an outsourcer. The speaker cannot be heard due to not using microphone. Yeah, of course, this affected our budget. This grant was fully used. And then after that, we decided to have some budget for SMM. So each of our projects we are doing, we explain to our donors how important it is to produce videos, visuals, and so on. Donors do understand, and we usually get go-ahead from them. Anyone else with a presentation? No? Okay. Yes, please. Let me ask Sergey first. I'm your patron. You promised us on Patreon that we would be included in your private chat on Telegram, but I'm not there. Yeah, right. Zaporizhia Center for Investigation has their Patreon, and it says if you subscribe to $3 donations, you will have access to private Telegram chat. I'm not there yet. Okay. We are launching this private Telegram chat in 2 weeks. We are still on the stage of getting more people on board. I'm trying to advertise you, that's it. This is not something exclusive. Bihus, for example, has this package on Patreon, $5 or $6, where you can have access to private chat of the team of Bihus Info, where you could ask questions, share your views, and so on. This is something quite typical for membership offers. Due to preparation for this conference, we were compelled to put it off. I owe you one as a cashback. Alexander, you chose to go for outsource service. You were comparing prices, in-house, outsource service. Your visualization looked great, and my question to you is about your membership model, Patreon. Do you have anything of this kind? You changed your communication approach, so your new audience could provide you with enough money to hire an in-house SMM specialist. Outsource is definitely cheaper than in-house specialist. If we had decided to go for an in-house model, we would also need to hire SMM specialist and designer. This means 2 people. Looking at average market prices, it would be 60 to 70% more expensive than outsource services. Our newsroom is small, our office is very small. We have 7 people already. Our accountant works remotely. So with this SMM expert working remotely, we're still working in the same office. We don't need to change for a bigger place. So actually, there are a lot of factors. So we decided not to change this model, to go for an outsourced model. Apart from that, we are satisfied with the quality of our current guy. Now about Patreon, we are still considering this option. We are still discussing it. And quite soon we are going to plan our activities for the next year. And we want to have a series of materials to be published about our achievements and why it's good for our audience to support us financially. We need that support. I couldn't say anything in particular about Patreon so far. We have not decided yet. Once we do, I'll share the news with you. Okay, any other questions? No questions? Okay, then maybe you would like to share your own best practices with the colleagues. How do you communicate with your audience? But please do use the mic. Thank you. Valery Bohan, Odessa Public Center for Investigations. This year, we engaged colleagues from other regions, Luhansk, Kherson, and Mykolaiv in particular. So this year we launched our Patreon, not for our center, but for Izbercom, a separate media outlet. So now we have this small community, private Facebook group, where we share information which would never be published in open on our public Facebook page. It could be about some things related to football matches to be watched together, some tea parties, conversations with an interesting guest. We invited people whom were forced to leave Belarus for obvious reasons. And we organized these conversations off-record, in off-record format. Among our audience, we do have some journalists and those who are not. So those who are not could get a chance to feel kind of journalists as well. It is a small community so far. So far, we have 14 people on Patreon. In this private group, we have 20 invited people, plus our newsroom members. By the way, thank you very much, Alexander. You are our patron. It seems like he is going to support everyone. But we have not only those who support us financially, though. For example, a CEO expert reached out to us and he said, now I have no opportunity to support you financially, but I could assess your website and provide you with recommendations. That would be my contribution. And we were happy to receive this offer. It was great. Anyone else? Would you like to share your practices, both good practices and bad ones? I would share this story of our fuck-ups, but it's always valuable as well. Our Media Investigation Center in Kropivnitsky was founded in 2016. Two of my colleagues and I were the founders, Volodymyr Kondrashov and Igor Tokar. He is now working with Crimean topic, Igor Tokar again. So once we founded our center, we had our first fuck-up in 2 months. Igor Tokar left for Lviv, and this is when we failed epically. Since that time, we were focusing not on one media outlet, but rather on communicating with audiences of different NGOs. And we wanted to improve visibility of our center in and of itself, but visibility of people working there. So considering the fact that I'm now partially based in Kyiv as well, and I commute between two cities, we work with our audiences through engagement of our journalists, analysts, lawyers, to the projects implemented by other media. So in fact, we are invited to be engaged into a project, and this is how we can work not only as part of external projects, but also as media investigation, Center for Investigative Journalism. And basically, this is something I feel guilty about. Maybe lack of organizational talent or lack of time. Due to these factors, we are managing our work in a way where our team members are known as separate personalities, individuals, not as the members of our center. But this gives us a chance to have a broader picture to be covered, anti-corruption and many other topics. I provide advice in the topic of public bidding. My colleague provides advice in promotion and media development, as well as access to public information. The other colleague is working in the judicial journalism and provides advice there. So this colleague of mine has now launched her own project. Anastasia started this podcast in this topic. So each of us has their own resources and engagement in outside projects. Due to this fact, due to this model, we have finances, we have money to do what we want in the framework of our Center for Investigative Journalism. I mean, to work with the topics which are not covered by any grants we have. I wouldn't say this is the best practice, no. But what I'm saying is don't be scared to test all kinds of models. If you go and try this approach, you will be able to use your expertise in a given topic, which would provide you with some extra money. Let's be honest and say that we all need some bread and butter every day. I would say that being a trainer is something that could also be monetized. We could be invited to run trainings, to organize trainings. Our virtual school of journalism has some troubles due to the quarantine restrictions, but we sometimes invite well-known investigative journalists. So let me take this opportunity and invite you to join us everywhere, to follow us on social media, YouTube. If you have Patreon, you could support your favorite outlets, or you could offer some services if you have no money to support such media. Now we're talking about regional media. Each of us can share a lot of positive and negative aspects of cooperation between local media. But my point is, it'd be great to talk more about ourselves. To talk more about local media, TV, radio. Pavlo mentioned Krim Reali. Thanks to these voices, some stories, these local stories, are heard. We are blocked, they are not. And this is how we can build this interactive communication with our audiences. So I believe the TV and radio companies must not be forgotten. Now I would like to give the floor to you so that you could share with us whether you can manage to cooperate with these journalism organizations. Our relationship with the media are quite good. Several days ago, my colleague Alexander and I were collecting links where our materials were used and quoted for our donors, and it was great to see that our materials are popular. Sometimes you are frustrated because some media don't want to publish your materials, but that's not the end of the world. You will still have to try and get published by other media. For us, what worked was our brand. We were asked to use the brand in our region. People knew this word, and this helped us a lot. So the only thing I can say is thank you for this cooperation. Our experience is a bit tougher, cooperation with local media. Once we started publishing the materials about the paid stories of local media, this is where our troubles started. So let me say that whenever you decide to point fingers at local media publishing paid materials, you have to be cautious about that. If you expose some governments, you would also have to consider their loyalty or disloyalty. We don't have so many media outlets as you do in Lviv. Public broadcaster was an option for us to consider. we approached them. It was not so easy at the beginning. This year, we were not engaged in any projects of public broadcaster. They had some cooperation with the agencies that conducted these investigations for them. We received a sub-grant, though, and our relationship got a bit better. So now our investigation outside of this sub-grant, once we have something juicy, we contact their producer, asking whether they would be willing to take our materials. And sometimes they say yes, it's great for us. On the other hand, we have these great examples where national media repost our publications. Our website were DDoS attacked. After publication we made, which was reposted. Now we have this caption, which has 1.7 million views on Facebook. So it's still live, it's still there, so to say. So let me say again, caption is a powerful tool to develop to expand your audience on Facebook, on Instagram. In Instagram, for example, popular publics can tag our Instagram page every time they do that. We have 10 or 15 people added to our audience. This is great. So captions are very useful tool. So we are trying to have it for each of our materials.
Just one more thing to add. Antonina mentioned the conflict with the media, and I recall the fact that we also had the conflict when we exposed the bot farm of one of the politicians, and it was used to promote the pieces and the stories of one TV channel. So after it was exposed, all our donors got the letters from the journalist of that TV channel requesting the financial reporting from us. And our donors asked us what can they do in such a situation. And we told them that you can provide them with any information they want. So they didn't do anything about it. There was no official investigation. I even know who was that journalist. I know that many of you know this person. I don't want just to give out her name over here. Well, I just want to tell you that we were able to find a few reliable partners who are independent. Well, to be precise, one of those partners is the media outlet that is financed fully by means of advertisement, by means of placing the adverts. And they are also covering the activities of the local council. And they are ready even to share this type of content when we prepare the stories about our local council and the deeds in the local council. We also had the collaborative project with a writers agency that was aimed at fakes, countering fakes and misinformation. So this was the format of cooperation that we had. And what I am pointing at over here is that if you have some news agency that doesn't like you, or for instance, the owners of some media outlet is not your fan, if you are proficient and if you're doing your job well and you're covering certain topics, at some point they will come to you and they will ask you to cover some stories, at least because you have the right expertise. In my view, that is a good sign, because for our news agency, for our media outlet, we had to do the training for other journalists. So there was a request from other journalists to have a training on fake news countering and misinformation countering. Of course, that will be the event that will be of non-public format. So on one hand, you may be very much negative about your colleagues, but you know that some of them are very professionals, real professionals, and some of them are simply taking time in their offices and working just from 9 to 5. I see that we have the lunchtime now. So, dear colleagues, we could talk after lunch. So let's go just and have lunch now. It's 15 minutes past the time when we were supposed to close this session. I think that journalists have to pay attention to the TV channels. TV channels are different from the traditional media environment. We may have a certain interaction with these TV channels. For instance, Typowe Rivne, Typowe Zaporizhzhia, it's ZP, and so on. So we may have some collaborative projects, as sometimes we just give figures in our Telegram chat, or we give just small input. For instance, a bribery case of $10,000, or for instance, the case of some other figures being presented, but it has to be supported with our fellow journalists covering it in other media as well. Thank you so much for this session. We would like to thank our technical support. We'd like also to thank our interpreters, and should you have any questions, you can approach us in person.
Okay, let's start. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let's begin with our track about dangerous situations in the investigative reporters' work. You can see that we have a lot of panelists, but we could have even more because the topic is very relevant for journalists. We discussed some hurdles in the work of journalists yesterday, but hurdles is not the end of our problems. It's not that hurdles is the only issue. We need to move on with our investigations to collect evidence. We want our materials to be published and the offenders to be prosecuted. Today, our panelists are going to share their experience in the work they are doing and how we, as professional journalists, can tackle the risks related to this work. We are going to listen to Oleg Ohanov from Mykolaiv Center for Investigative Reporting, Antonina Torbich from the Fourth Authority, Четверта Влада, Oksana Maximenyuk, my colleague from the Regional Press Development Institute, Kirill Ovsany from Schemy, Ukraine, and Pavlo Novik from Kharkiv Anti-Corruption Center. I, as a lawyer, have been working in this topic for a while. Oksana and I have similar vision here. A lawyer has to build a case, bring it to the court, and support the case. But at the same time, the newsroom has to continue their work. So today we're going to talk about our colleagues, about how they continued our work while respective cases were heard in courts, and what they did in order to protect themselves to maintain their safety and security at proper level. Okay, Oleg, you had a situation with security of your website. Could you elaborate on that, how you tackled this problem, and whether this case has been investigated? Please start from the very beginning, when there was this attack on your website and your original material was replaced by the hackers. Could you please switch on the microphone? Yes. So last year we had a situation when our website was hacked. The hackers replaced several articles with their own versions. But let me give you some background. We received some claims from lawyers with the demands to remove articles from our website on an Odessa kingpin, criminal kingpin, Langard. It was about Euroterminal. This article was written by Olena Vasina in this context of Slistvo Info. Can I add that this article was written in 2014, 2015, or 2016 latest? So this article has been there for quite a while, and nobody actually cared. Yeah, that's right. And one more article of ours, we wrote it together with the Czech Center for Investigative Reporting about Czech public officials not indicating some property they had on their declarations. So we had these complaints, and also there were some claims to Google, DMCA. This is an American service about authors' rights. So the claimant said we violated some copyright, and they demanded that our materials would be removed entirely from the internet. So actually, this was the big background of the story. First, these claims, and then claims to Google, and finally, our website has been hacked. We discovered it the very same day. The hackers' attack happened in the morning, and in the evening we discovered some of these articles were replaced with some junk. We were properly shocked. We didn't know what kind of attack this was, what could result from that in terms of our website. I have to say, we did have backups of all the materials. If they had destroyed the website entirely, we would have been able to restore everything. So here I would like to underscore it's actually a necessary practice to have backups made on the regular basis, maybe on weekly basis, and the materials have to be stored off the grid. Some offline storage has to be used for a backup. So our first reaction was a real, actual shock. Then we were recommended to hire an expert, security expert. Natalka Onychenko, she works for Internews. I don't remember the exact name of the program she works in. So she helped us test our website to bridge the gaps, security gaps we had. She helped us discover the way this attack was performed. The framework of our website was not properly updated, so we had hash of the passwords of our users were open. They could see our users' hash. This was the easiest way for them to choose this hash, simple hash. The password was very simple, and they used it to breach this the website. So we restored all the articles, and then we contacted the lawyers of the Regional Press Development Institute. Oksana helped us, and Oksana will comment on this in a moment. Now we are going to update our website. If we find the funds, we are going to change the engine. It's going to be better in terms of security, and the expert provided advice to us, so we are going to act on that. Yeah, there is no such thing as absolutely secure websites on the internet, but at least we can improve the situation. As I understand it, these hackers continue their work. I mean, people behind this attack are keep lodging complaints with Google and asking them to remove our materials from their hits list of their hits. So this is still ongoing story. We will probably need to cover it in our further materials. Thank you, Oleg. Oksana is going to comment on this. But my question to you now is whether you contacted cyber police. Yes, yes. It was kind of a controversial issue for us. It was a crime, and we wanted this crime to be recorded, to be accounted for. We just were concerned about what was going to come next. So we had some doubts because we didn't have much trust to our police, including cyber police. We didn't know what they are going to seize as evidence. Maybe they would want to seize our servers, or probably some hard drives of our journalists. And it might lead to undermining of our work as journalists. Oksana will comment and say probably that the police was informed. Yes, we decided to go for it. Oksana, could you please reflect on this? These DDoS attacks, hackers attack, have to be recorded. But what's going to come first? Do we go to the police first, or do we secure our website first? Thank you. Oleg contacted us the very same day when the attack happened. We responded. Yeah, of course, police is important. Recording what's happened is important. But the newsroom was under pressure for a long time, and they could end up in a much worse place than they were on the day of the attack. Let me explain why. Since the information, actually, hackers attack means the server of the newsroom was breached, was hacked. In order for the police to start investigation, in this case, they have to get access to this website, to this server, in order to collect evidence. So what comes first in such cases is to make sure the confidentiality of the journalists working with the materials in question are safe, so to say. Their confidentiality is safe. Let's be honest. If journalists contact relevant experts, they would tell you that hackers might be in another country, and if Ukrainian police seizes these servers of the newsroom, it might lead to a dead end. They wouldn't be able to arrest or prosecute the hackers, let alone the masterminds of this crime. So when we deal with hacking of websites, it's usually doubtful cases for prosecution. I, as a lawyer, really recommend that journalists have to ensure security of all the technologies they are using. Let me say a couple more words so that journalists can understand the case law. On 25th November this year, the ECHR decided on a case with the Italian website where they published information on a fight in a cafe. There were two brothers, owners of this cafe. They fought. Several years later, a criminal case on this fight was opened. Then 2 years later, these two brothers, owners of cafe, contact the newsroom and ask them to change the index of this material published so that it might go down the list of the search hits in Google and let it be forgotten. 8 months have passed, and the European Court on Human Rights recognized it was a violation of human rights. They de-indexed this article. Nonetheless, the ECHR recognized this case as a violation of human rights. What was the argumentation? The criminal case was still investigated, and it was still an open case. De-indexation of the article was not necessary, in fact, but still ECHR decided that anyone has a right to oblivion, and the court believes de-indexation has to be performed. So these people, what did they decide to do? They just hacked this website and removed the article. I want our journalists to be aware of these trends. These are ongoing processes, and we will still see this practice, this case law, to be a sustainable trend. These people contacting Oleg's newsroom, asking them to remove an article. How can we deal with such cases? Do we have to keep such articles on the internet, or do we have to act in a different way? They deny these claims, and it led to this hackers' attack on their website and further security breaches. The law says that we have to choose our way of thinking. If the valid is not true, there are legal ways to settle such case, to protect someone's reputation. The court has to rule on whether the facts are true or not, or false. And journalists have to bear the burden of evidence, proving that their materials used true facts, valid facts. It's not the claimant who is saying it's not valid. The burden of proof lies with the journalists, authors of the article. So actually there is this legal way, or legal remedy, based on case law as of now. It takes a lot of time. It would take really a long time to wait until the court rules on such case. And we cannot be sure what exactly the court decision is, whether this information is true or false, whether this is recognized as a violation of human rights to oblivion. In this case, these people decided not to stick to legal procedures. They decided to intervene and act on their own. They wanted to avoid these long judicial procedures, and this was illegal on the part of this Odessa oligarch.
Actually, we checked the facts, and actually there were no legal grounds to delete this information from the website. They could not make these articles being put down from the website. That's why they have decided just to hack the website. And in this case, it seems to me that journalists and the editorial board have to take care of their own safety and security, because the technological means are available to their opponents, and they can hack their website easily. You don't even need some qualified hackers for that. I would disagree on that, as you can have no guarantees that your website will not be hacked. You can hack anything. We see that there are some hackers attacks from Russia, and even in the US, they have no means to contain them. You can hack anything. It's just the matter of finances. How much are you ready to pay for someone's website to be hacked? So it seems to me that you cannot have 100% secure website. Yes, you can have backups of all your materials, of all your data, but you cannot make it 100% secure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I see. All the panelists have shared their stories, and Antonina Torbic should also share her experience now, because I know that your website has also been under a DDoS attack, and we've heard from our colleagues, from Oksana, from Oleg, and what do you recommend from the point of view of cybersecurity? I know that you handled that situation without law enforcement agencies being involved. I've been preparing myself for this panel, and the only thing that came to my mind is that we are the makers of our own fortune, and it means that we have to make effort to protect ourselves. So what did you do? We had to learn from our negative experience, and our first experience was very negative. Back in 2018, our website was hacked, and we have found out that even the backups were stolen. We couldn't do anything to recover the data, and we had some archive where part of the data were stored, and we are still recovering those data, but most of it was lost. After that, we had to reconsider our attitude from the point of view of cybersecurity. So in 2020, in 2021, we had to counter a DDoS attack. And the biggest one was last June, after we made public the piece on our local councillor, who has the salary of about $400, 11,000 hryvnia, and he had the celebration of the wedding of his daughter worth 1,500,000 hryvnia. So after we published that piece, we had to sustain the attack, and there were hundreds of IP addresses that were used to hack our website, and that was a massive attack. Our administrator, Natalia Onischenko from Internews Europe, told us that this was the first attack of this degree, because they were attacking our website in different elements. And our editor-in-chief received the message that your administrator is actually not doing her job well. You can pay half a Bitcoin and we will stop this attack. We didn't pay the ransom, but we did the other thing. We knew that we had the backups of our materials, and we had these backups that we uploaded manually to the server to be used as a reserve. We updated the information on daily basis. From time to time, our administrator was checking on that server. So we knew that that attack would not be a big issue for us. And what also helped, that was the fact that that story was very popular and many people were discussing it. So apparently, it made no sense to attack our website since this news was all over Ukraine in a quite short time. So we still have the video based on that story, and that video is still watched. That was 6 months ago, but even now in Facebook, we have 1,700,000 views in Facebook. So if you are trying to conceal some important facts that are of importance to the community, and if those facts are true, if the information has been verified with the support of your colleagues, journalists, the message will be spread, and it will get across. After that DDoS attack, some of our colleagues asked us whether we want to go to police and whether we want to lodge a claim with police, but we had our doubts. We were not sure what kind of information we would like to share. Since they asked us whether we want to go to police or not, we told them that we were still thinking about it. And they suggested us to give the log history. It's hard to explain what the log history is, but it is related to the IP addresses that were taken in our website. So our administrator said that she wouldn't do it, so police have decided to suspend this investigation. Well, they started a criminal investigation. At least Regional Press Development Institute told us that they started the investigation. But last week, I finally made them admit that they have closed the case. So there was some counterclaim, and they have closed this case. But we were hoping that they would give us some feedback whether the investigation had any grounds to make it to the trial stage. Well, they never shared this kind of information. Thank you, Antonina. I put down a recommendation while you were speaking, and maybe Oksana would add to that. As far as I understand, the editorial board should have security protocol. Probably you need to have the rules for backing up your information in case you are hacked or in case you are under attack. What do? Do you lodge a claim with police, or do you use some other means? Antonina told us that there might be some other risk associated. For instance, in Oleg's case, if they went to police, the servers would have been seized, and they would have to suspend their work at all. And we know that the statistics on investigation of such crimes show that it's of low prospects for being properly investigated and for some convictions to be made. Well, they told us that this would not be resolved. Oksana and I have been working with the judiciary for quite a while, and there is one thing that is worth noting about judiciary. If you have a case you need to get rid of it. So in the courts, they are trying to get rid of the cases. And it seems to me that the law enforcement bodies are acting in exactly the same manner. If you have a case and if you have the evidence that is not compelling, no one is going to look for more evidence. No one is going to collect proofs. It seems to me that the editors and our administrators should think of the policies for cybersecurity. You need to have the backups. You also need to have a specialist in charge of that. For instance, the administrator, as you said. Or, for instance, there is the Laboratory for Digital Security. They are working with the journalists free of charge. You also need to have reliable IT specialists, because it's also the matter of your IT specialist response. Quite often, IT team sometimes make mistakes. So this part of security is very important, in my view. Pavlo, do you have any safeguards in your news agency with regard to cybersecurity? The thing is that we also had some challenges with our website. Yes, I know. So could you tell us about cybersecurity policies? When we had to face some issues with our website, we had to get in touch with a specialist. So we updated Windows and we have installed special software. So they were monitoring the activity on our website, and when activity was high, they were supposed to protect our website. I don't remember which company we were working with back in the days, but we took part in a training on cybersecurity. So they helped us to protect our website for a certain period. Tips. We didn't have enough money for technical support for our website. So when we were developing our new site, which happened recently, the terms of reference contained the requirement for the IT specialist to be saving the information throughout the year. They would be in charge of making backups. So do not forget about the updates and do not forget about the backups. And you have to think about protection of the website. Every day you may have some vulnerabilities on your website. The hackers would be looking into those vulnerabilities. And not all the platforms have enough money to have their own website on their own platform. Some may use some shared platforms. So you need to update your cybersecurity policies regularly. Thank you so much. I noted it all down, and at the end of our session, I think Olga will prepare the post on all these tips. Kirill, you work for Schema, and you work with Radio Liberty. So are these tips actually relevant for Radio Liberty? Well, I'm not sure about the specific rules for cybersecurity, but most of us have taken part in the training that was arranged by a Laboratory of Digital Security. They were holding trainings that are very useful. Back in the days, I haven't been working with Radio Liberty, but I remember that I took part in those trainings. So we were explained not just how to protect our laptops, but also how to protect our cell phones. And we were also trained on use of these precautions to protect our information. But right away, they tell us that there are many means to this, and the only problem is whether you can use all of those means or not in practice. One of the ways to protect yourself is to have a two-step authentication, and you can use also some software, for instance, for generation of passcode. You can have verification sent to your email and also sent to your mobile. I think these tools should be used. Another safeguard is the change of password or passcode on a regular basis. Since usually we are using the passwords on different websites, and someone may save it. And it's also good to have separate emails for work and separate emails for leisure. Thank you so much. I've put it all down, and we will publish this advice on our webpage. We also want to discuss something else. Apart from cybersecurity, there are two more situations I would like to discuss. I know that Pavlo Novik has something to share with us. Let's talk about the burglary in your office. I see that you have your colleague over here. Maybe Volodymyr will also share this story. So what happened? Tell us about that. Kharkiv Anti-Corruption Center is 6 years old, and actually we had a few threats in our work. And the last one was the burglary, breaking into our office that took place in August 2021. This was the time of bank holidays. 4 days were days off, and our office was robbed. So the computers were stolen, and also some new equipment was stolen. Why we didn't have the alarm? Because we didn't have any new equipment until recently. We had just all the laptops that were 4 to 5 years old, and there was nothing basically to steal from us. But this summer, we bought the laptop for making videos, and we decided to look into our security for the office. Our office is located at the 4th floor of a commercial building, 4th out of 9 floors total. So someone can only enter the building from the ground floor. So I mean that our office is not located in a place where you have quite a footfall. But at the same time, we were supposed to install additional doors for our office, and we wanted to have electronic lock on that door. And in the process of installing those doors, in the meantime, we were actually robbed. So what happened? The police have arrived. They started an investigation. During first few days of investigation, and even during the first few weeks, they were rather active, but now we have no updates. In the past month, we have not been updated. I know that they have been even doing the searches, and they were even able to recover some of the items, but they were not able to prove that this equipment belonged to us. And also we have some groups in social media claiming that police are trying to pin the blame on innocent people. And also we saw the information that there was the alleged person who was behind this crime. And I should say that this person actually lodged a claim for because of our peace at the same time. So we are very grateful to everyone who has been supporting us in the process, and it is very important to feel that support. Now we know that there are many people who care and who are ready to assist us. We were receiving donations and we were able to raise quite a good amount of money, and we were able even to buy a new camera. There were some people who were bringing their own equipment to our newsroom. For instance, their old laptops, which we were able to use to keep on working. Our journalists simply had no equipment, so for a few days we had to suspend our activities. And we are also very grateful to our donors who got in touch and who helped us a lot. So now we have some grants to buy new equipment, and hopefully we will be able to upload the video content that we had in mind.
Thank you for your story. I have a question to you, or Volodymyr. You have been robbed. Your computers were stolen. The information that was stored on those computers' drives, what did you do in order to prevent stealing of this information? Do you have any approaches or recommendations with that regard? I can say that there are certain mechanisms, and they require some money, of course. Organizations who live on grants are not very capable of doing that. You should have good servers which you could use to store huge arrays of data. My computer stored several hundreds of gigabytes of data for several years. Google Drive is not an option for such a purpose. As for the value of information stored there, I can say there was not any information there that couldn't be restored, recovered, and used for materials to be published. Thank you. Storage of data in cloud services, is it an effective mechanism in terms of security? Yeah, if it's for short-term storage, it's fine. While you are preparing the materials, though, it's quite a nice approach. In our case, this enabled us to keep moving with the investigation. There are some paid cloud storage services. Those could be used for permanent solutions. We don't have this practice in our newsroom. We don't have extra money to be spent on that. Now, my recommendation for everyone would be as follows. Whenever we're thinking about our budgets, we have to reserve a line there just for that purpose. There should be a line for secure website maintenance and e-services. Without free legal aid, we would all have this line for a budget line for legal advice. You understand now that a reliable lawyer is something as necessary as a reliable doctor. So my note now goes, make sure your budget has this line for e-services, cloud storage services, and stuff like that. Okay. We organize things in a different way. We also have a lot of information to be stored, and we usually use our own server for that purpose. This type of server has hard drives, and we can use a local network quite easily. We can create large files, video, audio. It's quite difficult to deal with large files, upload and download them. So we have this Google Drive, of course, but in parallel to that, we use our physical server. In case of a brutal attack, when they break in the premises and steal your server physically, that's another case, of course. Okay, can you share the experience? How can we best store our physical servers? Antonina and the Четверта Влада, fourth authority, had a lot of troubles with regard to that. We were lucky, I have to say. They set fire. They set our newsroom on fire. We had these several stories or in one building where our equipment was stored. So later we got to know that those who were behind this case of arson intended to destroy our server. Let me say a couple more words about other stuff, not storage of text and files. We organize our work in a way when our journalists have folders, common folders, shared folders on Google Drive. If we imagine that something goes wrong with the laptop or computer, or maybe there is a power cut at the office, we would lose whatever is created. Quite often we face situations when power cuts prevent us from working. So we no longer use desktop versions of text services. We use Google Docs in the cloud, and we are trying to have some redundancy, and we back up our servers, especially with regard to our financial information reporting and data like that. We have a separate drive for that purpose, and this is quite a good practice, I would say. So let's say it could be stored on computer and on a separate hard drive. Kyrylo, what can you say about in ways you deal with valuable information? I'm not going to disclose our procedures and practices. General recommendations, of course. Google Drive costs 60 hryvnias per month. And usually I store only something which is necessary for me to be accessed from any location, not only from the office, but from home or elsewhere. We also use Google Docs, if it's not top secret, of course. Thank you. So I will have this recommendation written down as well. If you have some extra valuable information, don't disclose your procedures at a conference unless it's a private, very limited number of participants, private conference. Okay, moving on. Pavlo mentioned about this case of robbery, and now let's move on to donations. I can see that this is quite an effective mechanism for audience to support their preferred media. This case of arson, when car was completely destroyed by fire, corruption in details, this project. Oksana, can you reflect on this and how our Radio Liberty colleagues solved this case? Probably you remember this happened in 2020, last year actually, because it's still 2021. The car was burned. This was the car used by the scammer. Actually, it was quite an interesting case because it happened several months after Portnov published personal data of this driver and numbers plate. They changed the number plate, and Portnov published it again in his Telegram channel. The investigation was not able to establish a direct relation between these two facts. They found 3 people engaged in this arson of the car. They arrested one of them. The other 2 escaped. They are still on the wanted list. The restriction measure requested by the prosecutor's office was custody, but they were released. He was released on bail, and at the moment he has 2 lawyers. He appears before court regularly. The thing is, like I said, the law enforcement are not always too eager to do their work properly. Last summer, one of the persons in question got some new facts about the limitation period, about the time of lodging this claim in court, and as a result, the defense lawyers moved to have this case closed. That's great that our Court of Appeal was thorough in studying the case files, and they rejected this motion and sent the case back to the first instance court. But my point is, the main issue is as follows. The victim, Boris Mazur, this filming crew member, cannot find the effective remedy. He has no access to case files. He has no idea what's going on in his case. So lack of access to case files at the pretrial stage can lead to the situation that when a substandard investigation can destroy the entire case. as an example, this car arson case, we had some evidence proving that this person was an active participant of the arson. He had some traces of the substance used for arson, for setting fire. But again, there is the problem with the limitation periods, and we can lose such cases as a result of this. So here, I would recommend that in order for you to have your cases properly investigated, you as journalists have to make sure you have evidence. What else? My other tips would be to install surveillance cameras in your newsroom. It's not that expensive. You might have the video available on your mobile phone or somewhere else, wherever you go, on your laptop, and you would be able to see whatever is going on in your office. And such footage could be used in order to prove guilt of those responsible for any crimes against your media. We have these wonderful programs going on now, Safe City as an example. So this arson case demonstrates very well how great the surveillance cameras can be. One more tip, some smart locks would be a benefit to take care of alarm equipment. I understand this requires some extra funds, but I have no other ideas about how such trouble can be avoided. You are responsible for taking care of your safety and security, so go ahead and do that. This will be able to help you with preventing the crimes against you, but also finding evidence later. I can say that we have already installed these cameras. I'm not going to disclose how exactly they work, but we already progressed this far. Yeah, because you've had some negative experience, and now you learned your lessons. Let me say, if you are situated on the ground floor, please pay particular attention to your windows. This is an extra spot to take care of. Let me give you one more tip. It's not about the technical aspect of the security issues, it's about personal protection. Also, pay attention to what's going on around you. Before an actual attack, these perpetrators would usually go around and try to collect some intelligence. Getting back to Pavlov's case, most likely people who have installed these extra secure doors in your newsroom could have been accomplices to this crime. So please take care of the choice of service providers for your office. these contractors might share the information about technical information about your newsroom and particularities of how things work. It's best if you have some security service. I understand it's not always affordable. Nonetheless, you are perfectly capable of keeping an eye on what's going on. Let's get back to the car burned.
Thanks to the attention of our audience, and thanks to our viewers who have been watching our shows and who actually appreciate the work done by journalists. Within 4 or 5 days, we were able to collect the necessary amount, and we were able to buy a new car with donations. And we actually lodged a complaint to the civil court for the damages to be recovered, but until that final decision will come into force, it will take quite a lot of time, because this civil case is also considered with regard to the criminal proceeding. Thanks to the support of our readers, we were able to collect the necessary amount within less than a week, and a new vehicle was bought. And also, in the meantime, some benefactors provided us with a vehicle to be used during that period when we didn't have the car. Those people said that the work of journalists is very important, and they highly appreciate the efforts of the journalists. Wow, that's a great case of demonstrating how audience appreciate our work. Yes, actually, our readers were also able to chip in. Our 100 people made donations, so we renovated our office. Kirilla, I would like to get back to the case when, okay, you had those DDoS attacks, no physical intervention, burglary, okay, no one was injured physically, but one of the first investigations that you had, I remember the first one was about the port, and the second investigation was about Ukr Bank and the loans that they are granting with certain infringements. And I know that you went to take an interview in Ukr Bank and you were physically attacked. In that case, I would like to learn the details. I know that you had the video, and let's discuss that video from the point of view of a journalist's personal security. When a journalist finds him or herself in closed space, and when there were the guards of the bank present, and there is no possibility for journalists to call a lawyer. I know how journalists behave in such cases, but the way Kirill behaved seemed to be very professional. It looked to me like you had some preliminary training on that. Can we turn on the video? I will just comment on that video. Minute 1, and then I will tell you to pause. So our interview was going just fine until I actually started asking the question which was the purpose of that interview for me. And you can see that the interviewee was not willing to cooperate. He just left. So I thought that the interview was over. I wanted to ask the same question once again, but I thought that, okay, that's it. That's the end of the interview. We are done here. But something different happened. And you know, they asked me whether I had any other questions, and I said yes, I had more questions, so I kept on asking questions. Although we were told that we are done here, just pack up your things and leave. And then I realized that something went wrong. So the guy told the guard to make our cameraman turn off the camera. And could you pause over here? And I was asking for the microphone that the speaker that our interviewee was actually wearing. So they were opening the door for us to leave, and that was supposed to be the official end of the interview. But they told us, okay, wait a second. No, you are not leaving. And they refused to return the microphone back to me. That is why I decided that I should turn on the recording on my cell phone. I had no idea that they would try to steal our cameras or that they will try to destroy the footage. What happened next? Well, there's no need to watch this video. Okay, let's just play the video as a background. So what happened next? They closed the door and they started threatening us. They were threatening me with a legal case against me, and also they told me that this was the incitement, but I told him that I simply asked the question which was of concern, and all journalists know that interviewees usually do not show up for the interview if they know the questions ahead. Usually they just submit the answers in the written form. So we were joined by the head of the security of the bank, and we kept on talking and as if they were giving us some explanations. We thought that the interview was continued. But later on, they used excessive force. The footage was deleted. And the funniest thing about this was that the security of the bank had no idea how to switch off the camera. So basically, they gave us the tour around the building. All our viewers watched the tour. The camera was brought to the elevator. Then they were going down in the elevator, and they brought it to some other room while commenting, "Oh my God, how can you turn this off? Oh my God, we are still recording." And later on, they tasked someone with the deletion of this footage. They also used force against our cameraman. Why was I so calm in that situation? I realized that any type of behavior that might be considered as me being aggressive would be used against me in future. So I tried to reason with the guys who were basically attacking us. One of them was very tall and big, and I don't know how, but that person was never on the footage. Probably that person took some trainings how to avoid cameras. I knew that I should not resist in this case, and I knew that something might happen. And you cannot hear the sound, but you would see that they decided to close the curtains, and they have bulletproof glass. So I realized that basically we are locked up, and I didn't want my cameraman to be hurt. That was not on our agenda. But at some point, we managed to negotiate, and we were able to talk them into letting us leave. At the same time, they were deleting our footage. They returned our camera to us an hour and a half later. And now there is the investigation ongoing, the criminal investigation. I didn't have any special training on that part, but my colleagues who know me, this is my response to stress. I am very calm, and that was to my advantage in that case. But inside, I was not that calm at all. It was quite the opposite. I should say that we have an opportunity to watch this video with the sound being on, and I wanted to draw attention of our colleagues to Kirill's behavior in such a case. He remained so calm and patient, but I suggest us to pay attention to his words. You will be able to hear the key words that could be used further as evidence by lawyers. It's very important to say, I am a journalist. What are you doing to my cameraman? You are trying to break the bones of my cameraman. Well, it seems to me that I was even too calm. I also wanted to emphasize the following. We reported this attack on October the 4th. On the 5th of October, we made the audio public, the recording from my cell phone. The same day, Ukrexian Bank and the head of board made official statement that the journalists are of this poor quality today. They're acting in substandard way. But we lodged a claim with the police on the same day. And after that, after the audio was made public, some response actually followed. And we were able to recover the footage. I think that without that footage, my audio would not suffice. I think that it is still possible. Probably that would be more difficult, but still we would have tried to use this evidence in court, because the words that you've been saying on audio file could be used, because I could picture myself in court and I could picture the value of those words for prosecutor and for your lawyers. How did you manage to turn on the recording on your cell phone? The press secretary actually noticed that. So if you listen to that, the press secretary realized that there is the recording, and he said that, oh, nothing is happening. We are simply talking. We are having a civilized conversation. Yes, I noticed that as well. I have a following question. Did you have an opportunity to get in touch with your colleagues? Were they aware of this situation being happening? No, my colleagues didn't know what was exactly happening, but my colleagues knew that I was taking an interview, and we had a driver waiting for us downstairs. I didn't want my cell phone to be seized. That is why I didn't take it out of my pocket. So only after 1 hour of this conversation, I called my colleagues because I felt that the threat has diminished. Until that moment in time, I felt that the threat was looming large. I wasn't sure whether we would make it alive out of that office or not. I know that the risks are very high. The stakes were very high for the CEO of the bank, but I thought that they might consider this being more important than the health of me and my cameraman. Now I have a question to our audience. Can we foresee such situations when we go to the interview? And can we provide for any extra measures to protect ourselves? Well, I would like to comment on that, and I would like to add about the case of Scheme. We also had an unpleasant situation that happened 3 years ago, and the problem was as follows. Well, this is pertaining to the part of your question whether we are able to foresee some such situations. Katerina Kapluk from Schemy and her cameraman Boris Rusenko went to a village, to the village council. And the funny part is that for the story, they didn't even need to take a comment, but they decided to go and get a commentary from the secretary of the village council, since they were close by. Morning hour, there was no sign of threat. So they entered the building of the village council. They entered the office of the secretary of the village council. Katerina showed them the map and asked about the land sites, how they were allocated. At the same time, 3 men entered the office. The deputy head of the village council and a few more employees of the village council. So the cameraman was making the footage while Katerina was asking questions, but he was pushed away, and at some point they pushed the camera fell down, and they pushed him out of the room, and the journalist remained alone there among those people. So they had this office, the hallway, where the cameraman was with a broken camera, and the journalist remained in that room. So the cameraman decided to take out his phone, and he was doing the same thing as Kirilla. He was explaining that they have no right to act in such a way, that he is a journalist, that this is obstruction of journalist activities. So when he started making the footage with his cell phone, someone was trying to take the phone from him. And and at the same point, he was beaten in his face. That was quite a strong blow, and he had a concussion after that. So there were 3 men over there, and they were waiting for this provocative act for him to take out the cell phone so that they could act, so that they could make this blow into his face. So I think that in Kirilla's case, probably it was wise of him not to show his cell phone. But once again, camera was broken. Camera was not making any footage, and the time when Boris was hit in the face was not on cameras. And when the police arrived, they realized that we have no evidence. So basically, we have no proofs of anyone hitting the journalist, and it's very hard to make a case over here, especially for Boris. So the only thing that we can prove is that they broke the camera, because that was on the footage. So my advice in this case is to do the following. If you know that you have to go to the interview, your colleagues should be well informed on the timeline. And I also suggest you to do the recording with your phone, or probably even call your colleagues. Have them on hold on your cell phone. Let them hear what you're saying, And also try to save that audio, as we know that it might be very difficult to prove that journalists were attacked, especially if excessive force was used. If you don't have the footage, like in the case of Ukresimbank, and there are some issues with this video as well, because it was not added to the case evidence. So if you have video, if you have audio, that's great. Ideally, there should be a few people making the footages. So it's better to have a cameraman doing the footage and also someone making the video with a cell phone. It's good that you had two cameras, so they didn't know that the footage was still made. We have to be aware of all these risks.
Yes, please. Please come closer and take a microphone. It's not a question. It's a comment. Back to I'm from Kyrgyzstan. For such cases, our procedure is quite clear. But I understand that with the bank, it was not expected at all. When this is an obvious danger related to our work, to our interviews, we have this approach. When we have more people engaged in organization of the interview, and some of them stay back outside of the office. And we either have interview in a public place where it's more difficult for the other side to attack us or keep us locked in their office, or we have the other person outside of the office and we ping each other from time to time. We are exchanging these messages about how things are going on. If there are no pings for an agreed period of time, like 30 minutes, those colleagues who stay back outside of the office call the police or do something similar. Thank you very much. This is similar to what I would like to say. Maybe some of you would like to share as well. No? Okay. We would never expect a bank or village council employees to be aggressive, to be dangerous. And yeah, the questions were not that provoking. Public officials must not behave in such an aggressive way, but still, we have to bear in mind the situation with Kirilo and at the bank. So he used a smart move. He started recording the audio. You could also call your colleagues who are staying in your office. And basically, we have to agree on our procedures, security procedures during the interviews. Maybe it should be some kinds of pings. If you, being at an interview, do not ping your colleagues staying in the office for some time, they have to call the police. Unfortunately, we don't have the time now to watch this short video, short film, hunting, Yanukovych's hunting. It's from 2012. The film was produced by TVI program. Natalka Sidlecka, Dmitro Gnab, Denis Bigus. Who else is behind this film? Maxim Savchuk, a great team of journalists. I remember an investigation conducted by Dmitro Gnab. He traveled to Sukhalucha. It was during the Yanukovych's rule. Hunting grounds in that place were divided, separated from the rest of the land by the fence on the one side and by the dip with water on the other side. So at the beginning, the journalist's car approached this fence and they asked the security guys, they wanted to go further. They said, no, you don't have permit to enter the grounds. And then the journalist says an important thing. What's the grounds for you not to let me in? Yeah, I'm a journalist. If you are not letting me in, it's going to be a violation. They say, call the police. He calls the police. And the village's mayor says, these are our rules. You are not allowed to enter the premises, the grounds. And journalists decided to enter the hunting grounds through the dip, but they were not allowed by the guards, so they decided to take a boat and cross the Kiev Sea, upon which they were seized by the security guards. Later, the journalists taking part in this endeavor described the procedure they were following. They were in continuous contact with their colleagues who stayed back, and those who stayed back were waiting for such pings in periods or in short periods of time without any pings. They were ready to call the police immediately. This is a nice demonstration of how security procedures should look like. That's basically it. If you have any questions or comments, please go ahead. Let me build on what has already been said. Let's remember that calmness, if you already find yourself in a potentially dangerous situation like the situation with Kirilo, you have to try and make sure you do not escalate the situation further. If you're interviewing a person about some potentially criminal acts of theirs, this might trigger them. They start acting in a defensive way. Some people call their security guys and ask them to destroy the footage produced so far. So please remember how important your behavior is in terms of your health and life in such situations. I remember several cases. One of them was about Lutsenko's son when he had a wedding. Boris Lutsenko and his colleagues were filming this wedding. They wanted to see who attended that wedding. At some point, they were approached by the state security service. Actually, these are public servants, a state entity providing security services to high officials. So at this point, they forbid journalists. They say you have no right to continue shooting. They injured Boris to prevent them from further shooting. This video is available in open sources, and you will see how smart these journalists were. They continued filming with the professional camera and with their mobile phones. So whenever you have an interview or you do some activities in the context of your investigation, so it's best if your cameraman does his work. At the same time, your driver or someone else, some assistant, is filming from the other angle using their mobile phone. This is quite a smart approach in such situation. Another interesting idea our colleague from Big Tour voiced. It's great if you choose a public space for your potentially dangerous interview. I'm sure your interviewees would be less aggressive, or at least you will be able to have some help from people around you. Yeah, thank you. Alla, please. Yes, I'm a journalist from Rivne, a colleague of Antonina. My question is about personal safety of journalists. We know that it's not always safe for us to just walk into the streets to do some sports in the open. My question is as follows. What safety measures do we as journalists have to take? Maybe we have to carry some weapon, I don't know, some personal protection tools. And legally speaking, when we do carry some weapon-like tools, what should we do? Do we have to receive some permits? And when where we are allowed to use those? Oksana, you as a lawyer, can you please comment on that? These safety tools you mentioned, and especially this pepper spray, is a potential threat to, and I would say poses danger to the health of your vis-a-vis. And you can use such tools mistakenly, and you can damage, but the damage, of course, will be minor. They can wash their face and eyes and get back to normality. Remembering Alena's case, let's wrap it up. Yeah, I'm just ending my comment. Alena saw some strangers around her, and she got cautious. In such situations, I really recommend that you go to the police. Maybe they are not going to investigate this claim of yours, but it would be something that could probably be used later if something bad happens. As for non-lethal guns, according to the current legislation of Ukraine, journalists have a right to have permits for non-lethal guns, but these permits are not that easily received. Of course, the law says that you are allowed to use such weapon in cases of objective danger to their life or health. So again, use of non-lethal weapons requires a lot of knowledge and skill, I would say, as well as efforts to receive the permits. Thank you. I'd like to ask a follow-up question. I understand that these pepper sprays can be used, but if I see that a threat comes from the police officer or some other public service officer, when they are trying to apply physical force towards me, what do I do? No. Of course, you cannot use such sprays against police officers. It could be seen as preventing them from delivering these services. No, 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 never use these sprays, pepper sprays, against the police. Yeah, actually, we've had a lot of such situations when the law enforcement officers were quite brutal towards journalists. And lack of intention to attack the police is something that is not easy to prove in court. But in situations when you have a real threat to your health and life, we will be able to prove that the police are not allowed, are not entitled to use excessive force. Once again, let me underscore, it should be not just a threat, but a real threat. You fell down, you have to later be able to prove it was a real, actual threat. Only then can you legally use non-lethal weapon. Other than that, I would recommend that you record audio, film, whatever is happening. This could be used as evidence in court later. Thank you, dear colleagues. Probably our esteemed panelists would like to say final words to close this panel. We are a bit behind the schedule. I now have this idea. We could go to all our interviews by default with the recording voice recorder, and to set it up in a way where this audio file is stored immediately in real time on Google Drive. A great idea. We have to analyze this approach in terms of legal issues. After this Exim Bank attack, we have to think carefully before we decide about our procedures. We are trying to be open and honest. We arrange a meeting, we have this interview, and then suddenly, out of the blue, we get this weird reactions. One more important detail. I was trying later to send these files, but it was not an easy task. Okay, my question for Kyrylo to finalize the picture about the situation. What happened with those IT guys who deleted that video with such a high level of qualification? Fedor Sedoruk had this theory that this entire situation happened during the lunch break. Probably they didn't have actually a cool expert who was capable of removing this file. But at the moment when I was still there, I didn't know that. When I left the premises of the bank and called the police, it was too late. Okay, there was some kind of element of luck. Yeah, thank you, Kyrylo. Antonina, just to wrap it up, I believe the tools we use, I have shared everything relevant about these tools and approaches. I would just like to say again that before any interview, we have to make sure we have enough battery space and if our equipment is working properly so that we are safe in technological aspect. Yeah, security measures have to be taken by all means all the time. Yeah, Pavlo, please. Publicity is vital in all such cases. Donations that could follow up some damage inflicted on your newsroom. Yeah, and yeah, thank you very much, Pavlo. Publicity afterwards is also very important. I have to highlight that once you publicize these facts, it would be better for you anyways. The police and the law enforcement will have to act on that. Oksana, 30 seconds. Very briefly, of course. Please bear in mind that the audio recordings you are making cannot be used in case files except for cases of this actual threat. Footage and recording have to be performed in an open way, and persons in question have to be aware of these processes. Otherwise, it's not admissible in court later. Thank you very much. Let me say that we really need safety and security trainings for journalists, investigative journalists. So our conference should be an inspiration for potential ideas on what is lacking in this regard. Thank you very much. Let's have some coffee.
Мікрофони в нас працюють, не працюють.
So is it working? Yeah, hopefully it is. Hello, good evening. My name is Ludmila Remezhevska and I'm the editor of Slidstvo Info agency, and today at this panel we will discuss the award-winning stories which, well, got the prizes, and how can one do this story, and what are the possible components which are gonna make it successful, and how they were made. And the speakers would share the success stories. First and foremost, I would like to give the floor to Anna Babinets, the editor-in-chief of Slidstvo Info, who will tell about the Break the Bank story, which got awards. Yeah, in the honor of the profession. Thank you indeed. It's a pleasure for me to see everyone here, everyone who is watching us online. Thank you for the invitation. So actually, yeah, I am the editor of that story. The author, unfortunately, couldn't come. The Olena Loginova, she made me a proxy in presenting this investigation. There's no recipe, of course. Nobody knows which story will win. We in Slidstvo, we have 10 years of experience as an agency, and it's just a matter of time and experience and learning from mistakes and learning from the mistakes of the colleagues, Ukrainian and international colleagues. That is why I will briefly tell about the investigation and how we worked on it, what was special in it, and can we use it as a recipe from a cookbook? Probably no. It's just an experience, and other colleagues will share their experience. I will be listening to that. So, the film, Break the Bank, is the film about Privatbank and how it was nationalized. When we started looking into it, when we started developing the story, we started researching about 8 to 9 months before. We joined the efforts to look into FinCEN papers. It was a major leak of information from the US authorities, and you could see certain bank transactions. So it was actually a financial monitoring unit which monitors the transactions. So we started researching. We were very interested in seeing all the possible transactions, everything can happen around Privatbank, because we saw it is a very big story for Ukraine, and, well, the taxpayers actually paid quite a lot for the nationalization of the bank. So we started researching. And in the FinCEN papers, they didn't contain much about Privatbank. We couldn't make it into a full-blown story. So then we, Olena Loginova, we started looking for the Kroll report. This is a report by the Kroll agency, which kind of does forensic reports. And the Ukrainian government was the customer of this agency. They wanted to understand the state of assets of the private banks. And we know that one of the main beneficiaries of Privatbank was Igor Kolomoisky and Mr. Bogolubov, his partner. So everybody knew that the Kroll report exists. And it was the foundation of major legal processes which happened in Ukraine around Privatbank and processes abroad, but nobody saw the report. I mean, people who saw it, they never disclosed it to the others. So when we understood that we want to expose a bigger story about how it all happened in Privatbank, and we want to show what were the assets of the beneficiaries, we understood that FinCEN papers did not provide enough information for us, and we realized that we really need to find the Kroll report. So it took many months of our work to find the Kroll the Kroll report, the full paper, which would give us not the bits and pieces, but the full information from the private bank, so that we would actually have the full picture, just like the government of Ukraine had when it started the process. It was quite difficult. It took some months to get it, and it often happens, and the colleagues can confirm, that you start working with 10 stories from the hypothesis to the publication, only 2 or 3. And I don't know, it's 1 of 100 hypotheses which end up in an award. So if we were unable to find these reports, it would be difficult really to make a full expose of the events in private bank. Who were the beneficiaries? What were these unknown companies which were in the scheme? So this was the main source which enabled us to tell the story to the full extent, because it was not just bits and pieces. The topic of private bank is really important, and many of the colleagues and we were digging into it, but only that document and the format of the long investigative film, which we are using for the last 4 years, enabled proper storytelling. And we see, when we look at the number of the visitors, we see that the story is still being watched, because everyone knows that there were some issues with private banks and some issues with Kolomoisky, but the full story, well, it wasn't available, so we were the first who made a documentary. There's a book on private bank, maybe you have read it. It probably is quite interesting. Graham Stack and Andriy Yanitsky wrote this book. It's very interesting. It takes us back to the origins of the private bank. But in our film, we wanted to expose the process in a simple manner, even though it's quite boring, the story. But we found an expert who managed to tell complicated stories, complicated terms and complicated things in simple words. And, well, there were 2 factors which were the key for the success. We managed to get the document which everybody wanted to get. Many journalists would love to see it in full. And after that, many international journalists asked for the Kroll report. But unfortunately, we received the document with the condition we were unable to share it further. And we managed to see it in full. We managed to see the full picture, not just the quotes and the bits and pieces. And also, this is almost an hour-long film, which enabled us to tell this as a real story. So we finally were able to tell the long story of what happened with private bank. So, yeah, of course, events about private bank were one of the biggest frauds in the history of Ukraine. It was huge money. I think Kolomoisky and his partners, they funneled $5.5 billion, and it's huge money, of course. Back then, it was something of interest, and it is something of interest for the reporters all over the world. We had a good chance to bring in the expose and the importance of the topic and this report, and, well, these were the 3 pillars. That's why we got the award this year. Of course, it's important for any investigative journalist in Ukraine. Well, this probably is it from me. I don't know if anyone can repeat that. You can try, of course. Thank you. Anna, I would like to ask you. The Kroll report and the FinCEN papers is a huge scope of information. How did you manage to wrap these dry numbers into a story? What were the key components in it? How did you process it? And how did you end up with the model of the story which we saw in the film? Yes, indeed. All the financial papers, the transactions, it is quite difficult, and it seems that, well, it's impossible to tell this in an interesting way. It would be interesting only for the specialists, but we always try to think out of the box and to do the impossible. And we get inspired by the colleagues from other countries. The SVT, the Swedish television, they made a very interesting story on the Panama Papers and the Prime Minister and the offshore story. So it's very interesting. And even if it's only papers, it's possible to make an interesting story out of that. So what we do in Slidstvo Info, what we're still learning, we are building the dramatic lines. We always must have a protagonist, somebody who is a driver of the story. In our case, it was Alexander Daniluk, the former minister, who followed up this private bank nationalization process. So he told this story partially, we explained the story through him. He was one of the main characters. So, of course, following the story through a person, especially if it's a complicated story about figures, of course it's better. So we always try to show complicated stories with figures and companies through a person who is a driver of the plot, of the story arch. And in most of our stories, we also have engaged experts who explained complicated things. Like from time to time, he was there, as a helper, as a pop-up window. And he was explaining complicated terms in simple words. And I think it has helped this story became simpler. Actually, when we work with major stories with lots of data, we are engaging the consultants into writing this script. People who do documentaries or people who make fiction. What's the Ukrainian for fiction? Yeah, fiction, feature films. So, people who professionally work, they write scripts. The scriptwriters, they help us make complicated moments simpler. In the private bank film, we've engaged the OCCRP colleagues who helped us with the script again, and they helped us they helped us look at this story from a wider perspective, from abroad. And, well, this is another ingredient. We always try to engage somebody else, even though we are strictly following the privacy and the confidentiality rules. But we always try to find somebody who would give a fresh eye to the story, because facts can be verified. I mean, you can put the facts into a sequence, but the sequence is important. The sequence can be harder or lighter. So if you want to make stories easier for people to understand, well, our experience says that taking the advice from the scriptwriters and the consultants, that's important, and well, of course, the person has to know the topic too. So if you have mentor or just somebody who can give a fresh look onto the story, especially when we were engaged in this story for like half a year and we need a fresh eye to see it, it helps. And this is another advantage why we managed to make this story quite clear, easy to understand, and we got the award. A year ago, Slidstvo Info got the national recognition at the National Investigative Stories competition. In your opinion, like last year, it was rather about Ukraine. Private Bank was about Ukraine too, but it had this international dimension. Do you think this international component or wider look affects the success of the story or affects the chances of getting the award? I don't know. I never looked at it from this angle. I think it's not a defining factor. It can help, of course, but if the story is providing good understanding and some impact, well, yeah, the international component can play an extra dimension here, but the story as such is more important. It has to be clear and interesting. The international component was an additional factor, but it didn't play a decisive role. So if we talk about impact, can we say that the success has affected the government? Well, we managed to expose things which either were in the criminal case or will be in the cases because the litigation is still going on. In Ukraine it's quite slow, I don't know why, and I think our findings in any case, well, they at least should have been added to the cases because they maybe were not public, and it's always easier to add things to the case if it became public and it's in the media. And as far as I know, all the banking guys, all the specialists, they know this film very well. They even quoted it to me, and I think for them it really matters that somebody else understands their pain, the pain of those people who really care about Privatbank and the banking sector in Ukraine. And I think well, it's important for us. And it's important if these people provide some recognition to us. And they also were providing some additional information after that. That's why I think that, well, probably our work will help move the judicial processes further. So, what's the secret of your video gaining such a popularity? Well, our story was in the background. I mean, it was the first documentary about Privatbank. We tried to tell a story, and if anyone wants to kind of understand the background for that story, and I think many people from time to time, they have this question: what has actually happened? What was the original chain of events when they hear news about Kolomoisky or these legal processes abroad or other events? They have this interest again. And I think as well this litigation will take years. Well, I think this video would be viewed because the audience comes back to them from time to time. This is one of our products which is being watched again and again. It's like an everlasting film. Whenever you want to learn about the original story, you can watch this film, and then you can read the news and you'll be able to get the context, which can be otherwise, well, it would take a whole day. We tried to assemble all the main events about the nationalization, all the abuse and the role of Kolomoisky and other beneficiaries, and it would take a day otherwise to figure things out. I think this is the key. We managed to really show a nice outlook of it.
And just that you look at this film, Break the Bank, many people are talking about the internal things that were happening in Privatbank. How difficult was it to get this information from your characters? Because this is the banking secret, right? To a certain extent. Well, it was difficult. I think that Elena Loganova would have told you better about that, but she can convince anybody to start speaking, anybody who has a mouth. And I know that people who know her can confirm that. Well, it was difficult, and out of those people who agreed to that, this is a very tiny number of those who were ready to talk, because we're talking about huge responsibility, we're talking about big money, about an influential person, about Bakalubov, about Kolomoisky. Some have some NDA with the bank. Others are afraid. Some were part of this scheme because for this scheme to work, there had to have more than 2 people involved in them, but rather hundreds of people who were taking their baby steps and doing baby actions for this mechanism to work. And that is what was extremely difficult. And some people agreed and spoke up. And of course, this is what makes video investigations difficult, because you have to put the person in front of the camera and make them speak, because when we're doing that, we also have the text versions. It is normally easier, but when you're being recorded, when it is off the rack, or when we're trying to even make them anonymous, it can be easier when you're printing that out, when it is a written piece of information. It's more difficult, more complicated with video, and it was more complicated. We had to convince many people, many were not responding, and I think that hundreds of people were spoken with by Lena Lagvanova. Thank you, Anna. And I think that now we're going to slightly change the context and talk about the original story. And now I would like to give the floor to Katerina Shevchenko so that she tells us a little bit about her investigation, and then we're going to move on. Yes, hi everyone. Well, I'm from Zaporizhia, a Zaporizhia investigation center. And it is about a landfill, about the waste landfill. Let me tell you about how I decided to write about it. Our landfill, the company that is renting it out, decided to recultivate it and reconstruct it. And they try to assess the environmental impact. I saw that in the register and decided to take a look at what it is. And can you actually reconstruct landfill and recultivate it at the same time? And I wrote about it. And then I decided to further look at what is happening with this landfill. And there's a special portal with the information about inspections. And I have found out that this landfill doesn't allow those who are trying to carry out environmental evaluation to enter it. So these inspectors from the Eco Service are not allowed to come there. And this landfill is very old. It was opened back in 1952, 1954. And if you look at the tragedy that happened with this landfill, and if you look at the situation with landfill in Lviv, nobody is aware of what is happening there with environment, what kind of violations were made there. Nobody is looking into that. Nobody's checking that. And, well, there is a danger that something similar may happen in our case too, because this landfill is old, it's huge. How big is it? It is 33 hectares big. And I decided to write a story about it. And aside from that, I also realized that it's not simply that they're not letting the inspection to be carried out there. When they managed to get there, there were violations, and one of the violations was the following. At this landfill, there were some dangerous waste, such as batteries, light bulbs. According to the law, those should be removed from the landfill and handed over to the company that can process them. but they should be taken away while the domestic waste is collected or while it is sorted. But the sorting facility works only to the 10% of capacity. So all of the batteries and all of the light bulbs end up in this landfill. Some of them also contain mercury, and this is a huge danger for environment, because if it all goes on fire, it's going to be a lot of toxic substances going into the atmosphere, and it, of course, will impact Zaporizhia or Zaporizhia district, even with the nearby towns and villages. And even if it doesn't go on fire, it will still all get rotten. It will get into the groundwater streams, which also is not good. And what else? And also I have found out that, for example, at the landfill, well, this is really bad there, and that at the landfill, they are not getting the permits regarding the emissions, because they have some kind of the incineration facility, but it works without any permits. So things are really bad. And how long did it take you to work on this investigation? How complicated was it? Well, not 3 hours, of course, because I had the comments from the experts. I had to meet with them and discuss this topic with them. Well, probably it took me, about a month. So I had to read it all, to dig deeper into some of these things, to talk with the experts, find out what is their opinion regarding the danger of these batteries, for example. And yeah, it took me about a month, or maybe 3 weeks, approximately. And was there any response from the government, this environmental inspection? Because as far as I understand, they were not allowed there, but then in the end they were allowed. Did they draw any conclusions? Were there some kind of fine? No, environmental inspection is still not allowed to go there. Nobody is permitting them to enter. And our government authorities, well, the head of the company that is renting the landfill, he's the local councillor at the city council. Oh, so there is also the corruption involved. Yeah, right. We also have the biogas facility. Well, this is an advantage because, for example, in Lviv, they didn't have it. So all this gas that is produced while all of this waste is rotting, it was not pumped out. In our case, it is being pumped, and it is turned into the power using the green tariff. And this biogas facility, its owners, well, how do I put it, the beneficiaries, they also are connected to the company that is renting this landfill. So it basically is all controlled by them. But yeah, there was a response to this text by the law enforcement. So have they initiated a case? I cannot yet speak about that. How? Well, but they paid attention. Let's put it this way. Well, this is already a bonus. And how difficult it is to work at the regional level on this type of investigation, given that if we take the entire country, it seems to be easier. Not as many people, almost everybody, and all of these people are somehow interconnected. Well, I wouldn't say that it is extremely complicated. Luckily, nobody is trying to create any obstacles, at least so far. Yeah. Well, you can hear my nervous laughing. Well, yes, I know these people. They know me. We're friends on Facebook. Of course, at the sessions of the city council, we see each other. But so far, nobody said anything. So there was no any personal response. No, there was no any personal response. Well, they are pretending that they do not see that. They just keep doing their job. Everything is quiet and serene for them. But recently, we had, so to say, some change in the city council. Our mayor quit. And that is why at the moment something is happening. The deputies are changing, so possibly, maybe, attention will be paid to that. So yeah, maybe they will try to somehow control and oversee that. How do you think? What made it successful? That it is about environment, or maybe because it is of the regional nature, or maybe this is something that can be scaled up? Because this issue with landfills is not only something typical for the Upper Asia Oblast. Well, I'd like to say that, yeah, you have righteously mentioned that the issue with landfills is ubiquitous. It is typical for any city that has a landfill, for any oblast, because we have a huge issue with that. And maybe other journalists from other regions will also pay attention to this topic, and we'll take a look at what is happening where they work. Because landfill is like an explosive thing that is just laying there, but then suddenly somebody throws the cigarette butt that is still lit, and something can happen, which will, of course, have tremendous financial implications, health implications. So this is the issue that really something that can be scaled up. Could you please share some life hacks? Where can you look for an information regarding this type of things? Well, in the first place, as I have already mentioned, I, for example, started with the register of evaluating environmental impact. If you have some outdated landfill, well, maybe they will try to do something to recultivate it. Well, it is good if they recultivate and create a new one, but it is better to also have some kind of the waste burning plant. Next, there is an inspection portal. For example, I also used it. There are conclusions of the inspection that is carried out not only at the landfill itself, but also at the enterprise, because they are also carrying out inspections there, the environmental inspection and the state service of food and consumption. Also, aside from that, I was submitting requests. So, yes, I was submitting requests. Oh, and by the way, for example, if it has to do with the dangerous component of the domestic waste, I strongly recommend Kirill Kasaurov, who helped me a lot. He told me about the laws that are regulating it all, and shared his experience as to how it all should be functioning in the best case scenario. Thank you, because now environment is quite popular. This is quite a popular type of investigations, because not much attention used to be paid to this topic in Ukraine before, but I hope that it's going to be more popular. For example, yesterday, Scheme had an investigation, and they did it together with the Center for Countering Corruption. That is why I'd like to give the floor to Maxim Savchuk from Scheme. Good evening. Who published an investigation about Viktor Medvedchuk and his oil business. It was actually a series of investigations, and the award-winning one was about supplying of the fuel that was produced at Medvedchuk's facilities to the U.S. That is correct. We did it, and Lubomir also is one of the co-authors, how Medvedchuk is selling his oil products across the world. And we managed to prove that the oil from his oil refinery gets to the United States, even though Viktor Medvedchuk is under the sanctions, the U.S. sanctions. Yes, U.S. sanctions, that's correct. This investigation kicked off several years ago. And then we realized that Oksana Marchenko has lots of companies registered in her name. One of them was the special vehicles that are carrying the oil, but it was not clear why are those departing from Rostov and arriving in Rostov. It was not clear what is happening with oil. We haven't managed to figure that out back then, and we came back to it in 2020 again, together with Lubomir, together with Alexander Chernoval, and we managed to realize that in the Black Sea, it is taken from larger ships to smaller ships, and then they are delivering this oil to Houston, to a port in the U.S. And one of the biggest oil companies is ExxonMobil. So this is it in a nutshell. Oh, Maxim, you have mentioned, well, I'm gonna be a person with split personality because I am both moderator and a speaker here. And that is why I'd like to tell you a little bit about the system, how in Kerch they were basically reloading this oil from ships of different sizes. And why was there this challenge of realizing how oil products made it to the U.S.?
First, we found a bit of news in some Rostov website saying that the oil products from the Medvedchuk plant are supplied to a U.S. state, I think to Louisiana. And we thought that it's a joke, probably, because, well, the tanker ships which were in the fleet of the Marchenko company, they were, well, rusty. Because they all were produced in early 1980s, and they didn't look well. So we had doubts if those ships were oceanworthy. Then we started looking into the routes of those ships, and we saw that they go for like 20 kilometers from Crimea. Then they spend a few days there, then they come back. So they looked like shuttles, they were coming back and forth. And turns out that in that location there were 3 bigger ships owned by the Marchenko company, and it's not that typical for the Russian seas. Most ships usually register as ships coming to some Russian port or a port in other places in the Black Sea when they actually are going to Crimea, because they don't want to be shown as coming to Crimea. And in the beginning of the year, there was even a big accident when 2 gas tankers collided, and one of them was on fire for, I think, months, and nobody could put down the fire. It was a huge impact on the environment. Because when they reload this oil, there are spills. And, of course, it contaminates the sea. So, well, if it was Ukrainian ship, it would lose taxes probably. About Russia, well, let it lose. But anyway, it is a big problem for the region. So then we started tracking the ships which were coming in, which were coming close to these big ships owned by Marchenko's company. We couldn't find who did it. Let me tell you yeah, if you want to be successful, well, never stop and go back to the topics which seemed unsolvable before. And because, well, years come by, years pass by, new tools come up, and you can look not only at the ships which just go from Rostov to Rostov and send signals to space. Well, I'm joking, of course, but what I want to say is that when we looked at the tracks of those tankers, I was just having a smoking break with Mikhail Tkach, and I said, well, I really want to cross all the T's and to dot all the I's. We had a version that this is a way to send the oil products to Crimea. And I said, well, it would be really fun if we could prove that the oil products are sent to the US, because Medvedchuk is sanctioned in the US. Then a month after, we can find in the database that one of the ships actually delivered the oil from Medvedchuk's refinery to the US with quite a lot of oil. Yeah, we looked and we calculated, and almost 1/3 of the products supplied to the US, I mean that particular product which was produced by the refinery, actually, I mean, the huge percentage was coming from Russia. I mean, 1/3 of all Russian supplies to the US came from this Medvedchuk's refinery. So he managed to earn quite well on supplying oil to the US. And Russia also took a leading position in the market because back then Venezuela was sanctioned in the US as well. So the special product, this type of petrol, actually it's only a raw material for further clarification. It usually was supplied by Venezuela. It was kind of low quality, but it was a good raw material for further production into the fuel. And then after Venezuela, they started buying it from Russia. So we looked into the Import Genius database, and then we looked into the waybills of the ships who came to the US. And then actually we saw that that particular product, that particular type of gasoline, was produced in that refinery. So we managed to find about 5 or 6 of these supplies, but probably there were more. We could only find 5. And briefly, we think we can mention the tools. We are now quite good with marine traffic. We probably have studied all ship tracking tools. We understand when the ship is taking repairs, when it's loading or unloading. We realize that actually the weight of the ship is different. When it's unloading, it goes higher or it goes lower in the sea. I mean, this information can be tracked. When we paid for the access, we managed to find the history of all other vessels around in that region. Also, we looked into the social media, and actually it's a blunt tool, but actually the seamen, they helped us a lot. The seamen which were the crew of these tankers, we just made an account with an anchor on it, and we said that we want to find employment, and we wrote directly to these seamen, and they told us about all the specifics of the work, and there were many interesting things, not only in the investigation. Yeah, some people had, of course, negative attitude, and they just sent you further away. But if you really want to find out something from this person, it's possible to find at least some contacts of the people who are able to share, to tell things. This is how we managed to find that actually they were not just coming back and forth, and they were these oil products are then reloaded to a bigger tanker, which is like a bigger container vessel. And we've also worked with the Import Genius. It's like a platform where you can see the trading partners. We had to buy 2 accounts there, one in the US, to see what's being imported to the US, the other from Russia, in order to see what's imported in Russia. And then when we matched that, when we added the marine traffic, when we added the witnesses, like we called the port of Batumi, because the tankers actually were just committing fraud. They, in the Rostov port, they said that they were heading to Batumi. Then we phoned Batumi and we asked even a few times, and the guy was quite charismatic, and he said, no, look, I can tell you for sure that none of these ships, which were called Sona, has never entered our port. So this is how we managed to bring this story together, bit by bit. And of course we had a lot of information which we couldn't add to the investigation, but we managed to showcase these routes. We showed how this transfer of oil products is happening, and how Medvedchuk, well, the refinery owned by his family, is selling it to the US. One of the most complicated things was to get the response from ExxonMobil, which is a huge corporation which was buying the products from Medvedchuk's refinery, who is under US sanctions. So I wanted to hold them accountable. How it happened that the refinery, owned by the wife of Mr. Medvedchuk, who is under sanctions in the US, is supplying products to the United States of America. Well, they probably should have some due diligence. The ExxonMobil should really know their client and the risks which are correlated. It was difficult to get in contact with ExxonMobil. We got help from our colleagues in Washington, and they managed to find an email address of one of the representatives of the company. We tried to contact them on LinkedIn, and yeah, actually that could also be a useful tool if they were eager, more eager to reply there, because one of the persons who took a job in ExxonMobil like a month before our story was published, we got in contact with them, and she kind of agreed, but well, after the publication date. So sometimes it's not really working fast, but it's still possible, and LinkedIn is a good source to get contacts. But we managed to send a request to ExxonMobil, and we didn't even expect a reply. We didn't hope that they would provide an explanation, and well, this is what happened. They provided a statement that they do a detailed check of the clients, and they are not eager to work with companies which are involved in some sanction things and whatnot. And we got some information from our sources. It's difficult to verify it, that later ExxonMobil stopped cooperation with the company which was selling Medvedchuk's fuel. And actually, by the way, we need to mention that there was also a shell company. I mean, ExxonMobil did not buy things directly from this Russian refinery. They used the services of a Swiss company. I don't remember all the details, actually, but the story was the following. There were three companies. The first was the Novoshakhtinsk refinery, owned by Viktor Medvedchuk's wife, Oksana Marchenko. Yeah. Next, we looked into their transactions. They sold this fuel to a Swiss company which was linked to Russian members of parliament, of the State Duma. The company was registered in Switzerland. Then the Swiss company had agreements with a subsidiary of ExxonMobil to supply this raw material for the gasoline. Did the US counterpart know that they buy products from that refinery? Yes, they did, because the waybills contained the information about the manufacturer of that products. So I think it was all about money. Just they had issues with Venezuela. They stopped recognizing Maduro, and there were protests in Venezuela, so they couldn't buy oil from there. So Russia overtook this market niche, and they gave it to Medvedchuk. Well, at least one 1/3 of it. And Oksana Marchenko's company made some good money on it. This, I think, is how it went. If I remember the calculations correctly, this fuel actually had lower octane count than diesel fuel, so it needed further refining. But it was still cheaper importing it from Russia to the US and then further refining. It still was cheaper if they used the raw material from the US. It would be more expensive than importing it from the Black Sea. So I think it was just a matter of money. Russian oil also got significantly cheaper back then. I think it even had negative value at some moment. The only issue was that it was difficult to find information of the actual volume of these supplies, of this raw material for the gasoline, and what is Russia's share in that market in general. This information usually can be found with some specialized platforms, and usually have to pay for this analytics. So even the journalists would not be able to get all the information in full. So we, considering that it was about shipments, there are just many English language resources which process the information from these agencies about pricing and supplies, and they provide short extracts. And we found actually the information about the volume of supplies of this Russian raw gasoline, and we managed to calculate the prices, and we could estimate the earning of Medvedchuk's refinery. Maxim, what was the key factor for the success of our story? Well, teamwork. And stubbornness, probably, or perseverance. Because by mid-July, we didn't even realize that this story would play out. We really wanted to persevere and to figure out what has been happening. But at some moment, we looked, and we thought we were desperate. We used different tools, and we couldn't find what we need. But we persevered, and I think when you have good teamwork, when everyone has the sector specialization, when you can make a strong collaboration, and when one story is developed in under different angles, we actually managed to find out that this product is supplied to Crimea, but with via truck tankers, via tanker trucks, not ships. So there is some irony that it's a loop. It was our original hypothesis, but it took us like 3 months, I think, 3 months to develop this story. Yeah, I remember clearly. We started working on this story when the asset declaration of Medvedchuk was published, and we also looked into the investigation of our partners when we figured out that Viktor Medvedchuk actually has a share in many companies jointly with Igor Kolomoisky. And then we decided, like Maxim also wanted to look into tanker trucks and tanker ships and the Russian businesses of Medvedchuk. So from the beginning of June, we've developed this. Yes, and well, we just were curious. If Oksana Marchenko owns 8 oil tanker ships, like, you want to know why would she need them? So we kind of were curious, like, why? It nagged us, like, we wanted to tell the story. Why does Oksana have 8 tankers which go rounds in the Black Sea? And we even got irritated because, they go rounds in the Black Sea from Rostov and back, and of course they pay salaries. I mean, it's funny. You go from Rostov, you go through the Straits of Kerch, you spend the day there, and then you come back, and it takes months. Like, why? We just had this urge to find the truth, and Well, this was the driver for us, and then it turned up to a puzzle when you have these pieces and you understand, okay, I miss a piece here, I miss a piece there, but when I fit these pieces, I can see the bigger picture. And then you understand that you have some facts, but you still miss something. Well, it's another driver, it's another factor which motivates you significantly when you really want to finish this investigation. And then at 5 o'clock in the morning, you see a message in the chat that, oh, I saw that ship got heavier, which means they loaded oil into it. Yes, indeed. And then it's difficult even to switch into a different topic. Like you have this inertia, you keep thinking about these oil tankers which go rounds and rounds in the Black Sea. Are there any questions on Medvedchuk, his oil, or his tankers? If there are no more questions, then I will pass the floor further to the colleagues. As far as I understand, you want to show the slides, right? Can we get the clicker? Hello. My name is Anna Kapushenko. I'm from Kyrgyzstan. And me and my colleague, Saviya Hasanova, we will present our story about femicide, the murders of women in Kyrgyzstan, which got the Sigma Award, International Data Journalism Award. So today we'll present why is it important to investigate femicide in our countries. As I said, this story got the International Data Journalism Award, the Sigma Awards. We, just as 12 other participants, were the winners. And in 2021, the New York Times, the BuzzFeed, the Guardian were also the winners, and we ended up being in such a great company.
Aside from that, this research was also mentioned by JIJN. My colleague spoke at this wonderful conference, which also took place in 2021. Aside from that, I would like to say that this research will be a part of Femicide Handbook. This is the global handbook which will cover research from at least 8 countries dedicated to femicide. It will include Mexico, Russia, and also our research dedicated to Kyrgyzstan. Well, in general, I'd like to tell you what was the decision made by us, why we decided to work on the topic of femicide, and would like to tell you about what issues we have in terms of women's rights. There will be some sensitive information, some delicate information, and if it's difficult for you to listen to it, I'd like to warn you now. So in 2020, aside of pandemic in Kyrgyzstan, we also saw an upsurge of domestic violence cases. And I think that this is the situation that is observed in many countries, because families became isolated, and aggression was mainly something that impacted women. Aside from that, shelters were closed in our case, and women ended up being in a difficult situation when nobody could help them. In the beginning of the year, we had many domestic violence cases, and some women even got killed. And after that, we took it to the streets. There was a rally. Oh, right, I wanted to show you the statistics. So here you can see the upsurge in domestic violence in Kyrgyzstan in 2020. It mainly is considered to be gender violence because 95% of the victims are women. So you can see that in 2020, how much it was rising. And you can see how much the number of murders increased. And again, it was the domestic violence. And mainly women were killed. Oh, that's weird. Okay, it works now. As I have mentioned, 2020 saw the upsurge in domestic violence and murders of women. And on the 8th of March, the female activists went to a rally to say that there are too many murders. Something is wrong here. Something is fishy. But there were those who tried to prevent this rally from happening. And all the women who went to this march were apprehended, and we had to spend 3 hours at the police department, and it was unlawful to apprehend us. And the attackers were not apprehended, those who attacked us. But it all laid the groundwork for us to start looking into the topic of femicide, because this upsurge in domestic violence, murders, this lack of justice when women took it to the streets to fight for their rights pushed us to look into this topic and understand how things are evolving in Kyrgyzstan. Now, in a nutshell, I'm going to explain you what is a femicide. Femicide is the murder of mainly a woman by a man because of hatred. And it happens because man thinks that he owns the woman, that she belongs to him. And normally this murder happens because man thinks that a woman has certain specific gender role. For example, cleaning at home or taking care of children, etc. Well, why do we have to study femicide? Because these are not just some individual crimes and cases. And this is something that falls within the category of hate crimes. And actually, this is the constant issue. And it is not only something that exists in Kyrgyzstan, this is something that is global. Because most often, it is the men who kill the women, not the other way around. Well, of course, men also kill other men. Well, just in general, men kill everybody. And what have we learned? We took the 10-year period, and we have found out that over 10 years, there were more than 700 murders of women. This is the official statistics that the Prosecutor's General Office provided us with. We also have found out that out of 10 cases were women that got killed by men. As I have mentioned earlier, men are the ones who kill the women. Out of these over 700 murders, we have managed to identify 300 femicides, which is almost 50%. I'm sorry. And how did you identify that these 300 are femicides? Yeah, sure. Let me explain that. Our presentation is broken into two parts. The first part will be covering the research, and the second part will be about methodology. And Savia will tell more about that. She will focus on that specifically. And the final figure, 3 out of 4 women knew the person who murdered them, because there was a stereotype that women got killed in the streets by unknown bad guys, but that's not true. Women are killed at home mainly. A quick conclusion that still sends shivers down my spine, because what have we managed to find out? That oftentimes women are killed by their partners or husbands. And we have also found out that when killed, women are being tortured. So it is not just a murder when, well, it is not something that happens spontaneously. Sometimes it takes hours for the perpetrator to kill a woman. And here are some of the reasons that are mentioned in our research. Well, there are no reasons, by the way, for somebody to become a murderer and kill somebody, but some men think that the fact that the woman didn't cook the lunch is a reason to kill her. The fact that the woman asked you, what did you spend money for, is a reason to kill her. And the fact that woman was not raising a child properly is also a reason to murder her. And the main conclusion of our research is that murders in Kyrgyzstan is something that the domestic violence results in. As I have already mentioned, normally it's husband or partners who kill women. And women are suffering for a long period of time. It is very important to also mention that law enforcers do not want to see the connection between domestic violence and murder. They look at every murder of a woman as an individual case. They don't want to see it as a systemic thing happening. And when we submitted requests and saying that the legislation should be updated, that new norms and regulations should be introduced, as many countries did, and say that there was a femicide, there was such a notion, they said, well, it is not possible at the moment, because if we introduce these kind of amendments, it will go against the concept of human rights, no matter how weird it may sound. And the fact that women get killed probably doesn't go against the concept of human rights. And now I'd like to give the floor to my colleague. Now she will tell you about how we did it. Thank you, Anya. Yes, I would like to briefly tell you about how this research was carried out. And I would also like to mention several advice for the journalists who would like to carry out similar research in their country. Well, first, I'd like to say that when we just started this research, in March, it would have been 2 years since we started working on this topic. Anya and I realized that we do not have enough knowledge to give any definitions of femicide. That is why we decided to join our efforts with Russian Anti-Femicide Project, which is done by Russian Women's Museum. Lubava Malisheva, I'd like to thank her tremendously for her help, and developed a joint methodology of the so-called femicide criteria. So basically, what are the criteria to say that it is a femicide? Well, there are more than 10, more than 15 criteria like that. For example, all so-called murders by intimate partners form part of femicide. If a woman was killed because she refused to have sex with a man, it also is a femicide. If a woman decided to leave the man or decided to have a divorce, but he continued following her and killed her as a result, it also is a femicide, as well as all murders as a result of corrective rapes, killing feminist activists, lesbians, etc., also are femicide. There are lots of criteria like that. And when we developed this methodology, we started thinking about where should we collect this data, where should we get this information from. We had several potential sources, and we were thinking about requesting information from law enforcement, and we did it, as Anya said. And our law enforcers only sent us one table, which had a breakdown of women being murdered, and it mentioned the gender of the murderer, which allowed us to get this number, that on average, 8 out of 10 women are killed by men. And by the way, quick comment, 1 out of 10 murders is when a woman is a murderer. And 1 out of 10 is when we cannot tell what was the gender of the murderer, but we can assume that it was also the man. So pretty much 9 out of 10 are when the men are murderers. The second one was relating on international research, analyzing the news that mention crimes, the press releases that mention crimes, and this is what we did. We wrote a code and scraped about 55,000 of news that cover crimes from one of the biggest news agencies in our country. Afterwards, we developed a system of keywords to filter these news and take only those news that have to do with killing girls and women. In the end, we got about 2,500 of this criminal news, and we were looking at them manually. We scrutinized each of them and entered it into our femicide database. We tried to get all of the information possible. The most important thing that we needed to collect was correlation, and to see what was the relationship between the murdered woman and the person who killed her. For example, in the news we see that a husband killed a wife, or a grandson killed grandma, etc. So having collected and put together this information, we tried to generalize and analyze this information in the database and reached the conclusion that Anya just mentioned. Now, moving on to the advice. I hope that you'll have access to this presentation because I have collected several useful links. For example, JIGN published a wonderful guide on investigating femicide. You can find it on their website. It, in very much detail, describes what femicide is, what you should pay attention to when you are investigating femicide. You can also look at various resources that are used by different activists, and you can also find the femicide presentation in English language, which I prepared for GIGN's conference. Savia, I wanted to ask, you said that you were doing that together with colleagues from the Russian Federation. How did you find them? And how long did it take you to develop this methodology? And why did you decide to work with the colleagues from the Russian Federation? Because they were the ones who found us. That's how things turned out. Lubava is really a very powerful researcher. She is following the situation with women and women's rights globally. And she was following attacks on us during the rally on the 8th of March, were also apprehended, and just started covering all that. At a certain point in time, she contacted us. We met with her. I asked her what she did. She shared some links, told us about what she did. We looked at it and realized that this is something that we have to work on. And the methodology itself, well, okay. Well, it was about 50-50. 50% was dedicated to developing methodology and 50% dedicated to collecting data. It took us 6 months to develop this research. But regarding the methodology, I think it took us about 2 months to develop the methodology because we had to read a lot, to study a lot, participated in various webinars. We also presented ourselves, so it took us about 2 months. So basically 2 months were dedicated to develop the methodology because you needed to dig deeper. Say, probably if you had better initial understanding, it probably would have taken you less time. That could be the case, but I'll be honest with you. It's been 2 years since we started looking into this topic. It is just that it is very comprehensive, and there are lots of things that you have to write about. And if I may, I'd like to also say a couple of words about it. Could you please put the presentation back on the screen? There was a slide covering methodology. It is important to understand what femicide is. It is important to also adapt and adjust it to your country context. For example, in the US, there is a femicide of women from indigenous tribes. So it has its own specificity, or black women, murdering black women. It also has some specificities. And in Kyrgyzstan, for example, there still is such a crime as stealing a woman, kidnapping her to force her to get married. And 2 cases of homicides are there. One was killed in police and the other one was raped and killed by the guy who kidnapped her. So you have to adjust this methodology, and you can dig even deeper and look at the postponed femicide. What is that? It is when a woman constantly is victim to the violence, and she doesn't die because she was only once beaten up, but the result of some constant trauma. So, for example, if she was hit in the head often. Or another thing is non-finalized femicide. Now we're trying to dig deeper into this. And this is when a man attempted to kill a woman, but it failed. So you have to really dedicate a lot of time to dig deeper. And aside from that, we have a full-time job, so you cannot always do that. And you have mentioned non-completed femicide. How are you tracing this information? Are you doing that by scraping the news, or maybe this also forms part of the statistics? No, it doesn't form part of the statistics. We, for example, have some articles in the criminal code. They say, for example, the grave bodily harm, and you have to look at the cases. You have to read them. So you have to gain access to the criminal cases, which describe how the attack was done. Look at all of the circumstances. Look at the severity. So we will now be working on that. So am I getting you right that you have to work a lot with the sources, because these criminal cases normally is the information that you cannot gain access to? No, in Kyrgyzstan, we have the judiciary portal with the court rulings. And according to the law, all of the cases that the judges are working with have to be there. The rulings, the decisions. No, not necessarily. According to the law, they have, like, if they make some kind of a decision, some kind of a sentence, they have to still put it up there. We also carried out a different research, and not much information has been put up on the website because there is a law, but there is no sanction if you do not abide by that law. But it is in open access, so you can easily access that. Yeah. And a couple more slides, couple more advice.
Yeah, about the automation. I think that's also important. If you want to do that, especially in our case, we had a retrospective analysis, and it's difficult to kind of go through every bit of news again and again, so you need to have some scraping mechanism. If you're into it, you can set up Google Alerts. And then your email inbox will have the notification about the news which fits some keywords or contains some information about murders of women or girls. Another useful tool, which is very recent, actually the researchers from North America and Latin America do it. It's an add-on to Google Chrome. It's called Data Against Feminicide Highlighter. This add-on enables selecting with a set of keywords. So we don't use one keyword, but a specific set of keywords. They are now using English and Spanish, and in English and Spanish you can even highlight the localities, names, but in other languages, not English or Spanish, it would not be highlighted, but you can select, and you see these bits in red, you can add your own words in your own language, and it will highlight where these words are found on the web page. It was very convenient for me. Through that tool, I managed to easily find more data for the last months of 2021 using this tool. I didn't have to look into all the aggregators. I could see the highlighted keywords directly and only reference what I needed. And another important thing, of course, we want to make our investigation or our data piece emotional. I mean, it has to evoke emotion, but when we write about feminicide and we write about murders of women, we should have some illustration, but we don't want to use actual pictures of women who are murdered, and we don't want to publish some gore thing. So we wanted to have some other illustrations which would help readers visualize what you are writing about. And of course it's a sensitive topic, so we always publish a disclaimer that sensitive content is ahead and viewer discretion is advised. As I said, the topic is quite sensitive, so we as journalists, we should not promote stereotypes. We shouldn't use hate speech or victim blaming or shaming. In our narrative, we should not somehow romanticize or justify murder. Recently, the colleagues from Russia and Kazakhstan, they made a story about how Russian media are portraying the murders of women, and they had a random sampling of 250 texts and analyzed that, and in 4 out of 5 texts the reporters were presenting the opinion of the authorities, and they are not saying that the murders of women are a systemic problem, and in 1 out of 5 texts the reporters are accusing the woman. It's her fault she was killed. And they are not saying about the preceding violence. Well, to wrap it up, bits of advice. Never do it alone. It's impossible to do it on your own. And you have to take care about your emotional and psychological state. You might need some help, and it's okay to get help. And in order to investigate these complicated topics, you have to find some inspiration. Otherwise, it's impossible. There was a question about time, how much time it took to dig all that. I think, well, half a year, maybe more. Because from the very beginning, we wanted to look into the domestic violence problem. And then it was just a coincidence that this previous story was very helpful. We already looked into domestic violence, and we analyzed the legislation, and we actually proved that domestic violence perpetrators unfortunately are not held accountable in Kyrgyzstan. They might get some very minor fine, administrative fine, and this fine often is paid from the family budget, so it's not a compensation for the victim, of course. Actually, it's just a fine to the state, and it is very strange. The woman suffers, and then her family budget suffers, and the state is earning on it. I mean, it's a very weird thing for me. And if the crime, I mean, if it's recorded as a crime, and the person is charged, it's very difficult for a woman to prove that it was a cruel beating or cruel manifestation of violence. Very often it's qualified as minor harm, and the perpetrator does not get proper sanction. It is either a very small fine or a suspended sentence. So the state has a very soft approach. And, well, it's because of the patriarchal context in Kyrgyzstan, because it's quite often that, I mean, we don't have gender equality in the country, and men have lots of resources. And, well, men adopt laws. So for women to achieve some amendments to the criminal code or the administrative code in the domestic violence article or other articles which cover that, it would take a lot of effort, because men, the members of parliament, they say, no, let's keep it under the carpet. I mean, it's all domestic thing. We shouldn't talk publicly about that. But no, it leads to murders. It leads to assassinations. So we have to expose the topic that the perpetrators are getting unpunished. And, I mean, when we digged into that topic, we realized, okay, so if the perpetrators are not getting punished, it means they commit crimes again and again. They have other families, and they keep beating these women until they kill the women. That's why we've been looking into this topic of domestic violence for a few years, and the femicide is just a continuation of our previous investigations. And unfortunately, we must also say that recently we had a change of government about a year ago, and now we have a new criminal code, and it once again gets even softer for the perpetrators. It will again have this article about the reconciliation of the parties, and it took a lot of effort from human rights activists to remove this article from the code, because that clause on reconciliation actually disables proper accountability for these crimes. So most probably in Kyrgyzstan, the situation with family violence and with femicide will be worse, will be getting worse. The notion of femicide, is it only about physical violence or psychological violence, like psychological abuse? Because women can die from, I don't know, psychological abuse or pressure. Like they can commit suicide, which would be provoked by this abuse. Well, when somebody is pushing a woman into suicide, it also is one of the criteria for the femicide. Usually, women commit suicide when they have been suffering from economic abuse or mental abuse. So, yeah, we have a few cases in our database like that, and we include it into the notion. But it's difficult to measure this. You know, we have to be able to verify it. We need to prove that this death was caused by this psychological abuse. And I mean, it's not put in the crime report. You know, it's very difficult to grasp this. That's why it's kind of and that's why the more measurable indicator is the article which is called pressuring to commit suicide. So this pressure to commit suicide, is it postponed femicide? No, that is femicide. A postponed femicide is when a woman, so the postponed femicide is the case when there's kind of systematic, like in our case, we counted that when there is some systematic physical abuse, and then you die from physical traumas which were caused by this. We had this case when a woman died because she had a brain trauma, and she died a year after the trauma. But I mean, the pressure to commit suicide was included in the femicide. So in your opinion, what was the main hook for the readers, and what made it so interesting for the international community? Well, the topic is quite unique for our country. We discussed recently that even in the world there are not so many projects like that. If we look into our region, into post-Soviet countries, Russia and Kyrgyzstan, and probably that's it. In Georgia, yes, there's also something in Georgia, but I don't think they did a deep study like that. Like, this topic is getting traction now. I think our research, well, was considered inspirational, and that is why we were awarded. As for the readers, what was the hook for the readers? Well, the notion of femicide is quite difficult as such. You need to be kind of prepared, you need to understand it. And initially this topic was not really very interesting for the readers. But when another murder of a woman was killed, when she was kidnapped for forced marriage, we had a protest, and the activists protested using the word femicide, and they started saying publicly that this was femicide. So people were interested. What does this mean? They started Googling, and we saw a huge spike in Google searches and in the huge spike in visits. So this will happen again and again. As soon as femicide would come up on the agenda again, people would get back to our story, and they would see that this is a systemic problem in Kyrgyzstan. I have a question. My question is, well, usually when a woman is murdered by the perpetrators from her household, well, there is a preceding, I mean, it's not happening in an instant. There have been prior cases of abuse or beatings. So how often do women seek help? If they don't trust the law enforcement bodies, and in your country, besides these fines, the small fines that you've mentioned, how do they counter this violence? Is there like a hotline or, I don't know, a chat bot where women can seek help? And the question is, has your women, if a woman already is asking for a restraint order, already it means some systematic abuse. So these over 8,000 cases were already systematic cases. But also we have calls to the crisis centers. And of course the figures are higher, because many women are not ready to go to the police. There are many factors in that. First of all, police officers are men who, well, they don't treat it seriously, just as members of parliament. They say, let's keep it under the carpet, and they are not really willing to investigate domestic violence because it's considered a petty thing. But well, when a murder happens, it's a different story. Maybe for them investigating murders is more interesting than punishing wife beater. So women are often pressured not only by the relatives of her husband, but also by her own family. Because in Kyrgyzstan, the cultural approach is that if you get a divorce, it is a shame to your family, and especially in the smaller towns that is widespread. That's why women are not reporting domestic violence. It might be a global thing. I mean, in other countries perhaps this is affected too, but we think the actual scale of domestic violence is way higher than the official figures, because, well, I mean, every day we publish news that some person has beaten somebody up. I mean, my main job is in a news agency, and every day we publish a story that a woman has been beaten up. And like, it's becoming a norm for many people. You know, they start making jokes about that, and the media is also covering that, like Xavier said. They treat it a bit unethically, and something has been done to overcome it. And in terms of changes, well, as we had the change of government in 2020, now the matters of the gender equality agenda are getting the least priority, because we have all male government, we have only one female minister, the new parliament. Well, we have a quota system when 30% of women should be elected to the parliament. But now they changed the system, and we will have even less women in the parliament. And like all these matters are really not a priority for the government. The only thing which is important for them is to get more power and some budget things, because we have the economic, and which other crisis do we have? And the energy crisis, yes, and we have these ongoing crises. So the questions of gender equality and women's rights, they are now getting lowest priority, and the police is not willing to investigate domestic violence. They prefer investigating attacks on the opposition party. Yeah, and you asked what do we want. In our investigation, we have provided some recommendations. We said that in order to fight femicide, we have to start at the early stage. We have to start at the domestic violence phase. And we said that probably the punishment, the sanction for the domestic aggressors should be stricter. We should stop this practice of the restraint orders when the woman gets the order and then she has to share the taxi with her husband back home. And of course she can be beaten at home. I mean, we were covering that. So in order to prevent femicide, we need to prevent family violence and domestic violence and toughen the sanction for this.
So this is like prevention. If there is no prevention, if you do not look into the root cause of the problem, it's not going to end. Say, if he's not punished in this kind of situation, he understands that there is this impunity. He's going to come back, beat her up, because she went to the police to complain about him. She won't be able to do that again because she'll be afraid. He will realize that he has power over her, and it will anyways lead to a murder. Writing about this kind of topics is very difficult, psychologically wise. So how are you getting distracted so that you do not get an emotional burnout as journalists, as people? Well, I worked with a psychotherapist. She helped me tremendously. Sometimes we also go party. I mean, that was the psychotherapist. I mean, it was Anya. But yeah, we tried our best. And you know, when we were gathering the data for the research, it was in 2020, in summer. It was the second wave of coronavirus or something like that, when many people started dying in Kyrgyzstan. 100 people died every day. It's a lot for Kyrgyzstan. And it was quite difficult back then, but somehow, slowly, gradually, yeah, I had to go and work with psychotherapist. Well, I should see all the time as if we're stumbling over something while speaking, and I'm worried because I understand that I have to stop telling others about this research because it is traumatizing me. But I cannot shut my mouth because something needs to be done. Of course, I want our authorities to pay attention to this. But I have already mentioned, this is not something that is a priority at the moment for them. But this is why we're saying that we will keep doing this further. We will keep looking for other ways to bring attention to this topic, and we will be following this situation. Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody who joined us for this panel discussion. We even required a little bit more time because everybody wanted to find out more, especially about the last presentation. I think that there is no one-size-fits-all to have a successful investigation, except for one thing. Because I've heard each of the speakers during this panel discussion mentioned that this is a topic that every journalist cared for. So probably for investigation to be successful, you have to go through this topic, to leave this topic, and to either release or keep working on it further. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. I'd like to say that we have just listened to several people. They told us about what they have been doing in the course of the last year. And this dedication to your profession and an understanding that we're doing that consciously probably impacts a lot the final story. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for sharing your experience. Now I'd like to say that now we're gonna have a dinner starting at 5:40, but it is already 5:44 p.m. So you can quickly go to your room, leave your stuff there, and please come downstairs.